You know where Badlands and then there's Meadows out front. But there's townhomes.
Yeah.
Because I'm moved out there.
It sounds like you do. My wife was.
I mean, it's good for me. I got a deal.
Meeting's just fine, because I'm so many words between the reparation, the reappraisal, neighborhood advisory committee, association. As long as it go well, I'm fine.
Okay.
It's not a flow. I've absorbed it, and it's okay. So to have thoughts about it, I really
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the May 18th Property Appraisal Committee session. Thank you guys for making time today. I know we're in a kind of not the usual place nor the usual time, so appreciate y'all being flexible. Couple just housekeeping items. So we've got a 4-hour session planned today, right? We're going to go till 7. We've got some food, we got snacks, so no one will be hungry. There's candy on the tables. We got plenty of water. So don't think anybody is going to die of hunger or thirst in the next 4 hours. I think we're good there. Bathrooms. If you all got to get up and go to the bathroom, bathrooms are that way. So you go past the elevator where you guys came in and just go to your left, and you'll see them. They're about halfway down the hall. So this floor we're on makes one big circle, so it's impossible to get lost. So
can they get through?
Yeah, the doors are open.
Okay.
So you should have no problem getting to the bathroom. Feel free to get up if you need to and go to the bathroom. You do have breaks planned throughout the session. So we're not going to go 4 hours without a break. So just so everybody knows. Let me see what else. I think from a housekeeping perspective, that is that. Just real quickly, before we get into the meeting itself, just want to reflect quickly on the ground rules. They're written up there. I'm not going to go through each of them. You all can take a second and just read through them. Those are the ground rules that we discussed last time we met. In addition to the ground rules, we also have the equity questions. You all will probably notice there's now a 4th question that we accidentally omitted when we wrote this last time. This 4th question is around the data source used to evaluate those 3 measures. So these are the equity questions that we will be working through during today's meeting. We've got a pretty full agenda. And without further ado, we've got a relatively quick presentation. We've allocated 10 minutes for Eric and Ori to provide you all with a quick overview of some of the work that's been taking place to reconcile the results, outcomes of sales ratio analysis that Urban 3 has done, as well as the assessment staff and Steve Economics. So we've got a few slides to share with you all to provide you some understanding around some of the differences that we've been working to reconcile, and just try to provide you all with some education. So that being said, I'm going to jump over here real quick and share my computer, and then Eric and Ori, you guys will have the stage. And I'm going to be sharing slides right up here, y'all.
Where? Right here. Are we being filmed?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, sorry, we are live.
You got you for film too. Don't cross the leg.
From where? Here's the camera.
Right there, baby.
Wow.
See what they did.
Where?
On the television. Yeah, they get my bald head.
You ever switch places with me?
No, she love it. She fine. She fine. She knew when she had that short dress on. She fine. Yeah.
Oh,
She all right. She all right. She all right.
Thank you. Carry on.
All right. So, like Burnett touched on, Ori and I communicated quite a bit. Nice. How about you introduce yourself? Oh, thank you. Who are you? I'm Eric Greger. I'm a tax analyst for property assessment. All right. So, like Burnett touched on earlier, Ori and I have been in communication here recently over the last few weeks, just going through the details of how county calculates the sales ratio and how Urban 3 is calculating their sales ratio. So we've had a lot of productive back and forth meetings about this, and kind of do some conclusions here, and just quickly I'll share this with you all, along with 2 examples. So you can see our top visual. It's relatively flat. Everything's around 0.98 or 0.99 as far as the ratio goes. Home values, and you can see Urban 3 represents the J curve that we've spoken about over the last few meetings. And so we started drilling into why are we seeing these differences. We started communicating back and forth. And I think we go next. We'll use the next 2 examples to explain that. Next slide. Oh yeah, next slide. Sorry. Okay, so here's a good example. So this home sold in July of 2021 for nearly $2 million. That is after the sale closed. This was on the deed, and this came over as a transfer. So you could tell up here, as of January 1 of 2021, the assessed value within the tax system, within the CAMA, the appraisal database, was a little over $1 million. Okay, and that created a sales ratio of 58%, meaning we had that assessed at 58% of what it sold. Okay, so what an appraiser does when they see these sales, they look on MLS. They start looking at the characteristics of the property. And the characteristics are square footage, bathroom counts, what's the quality of the construction and the renovations. They check things like that would drive the value. So what they discovered is actually that according to MLS, that house was actually at 4,500 square feet and not 4,000 square feet, and that was due to an unpermitted upgrades. All right, like they finished in this case, I believe they finished certain levels of their house, like an attic and basement. All right, so and they also had renovated bathrooms and kitchens. So what that did is the appraiser takes those property characteristics, insert it into the appraisal database, CAMA, and then they hit calculate. And there's your new value, your tax appraised value of $1.7 million. And that created a sales ratio of 94%.
Can I ask you a quick question or make a comment before you go any further? Yeah, so my question is this, and so since the appraisal department, of course, doesn't come into all of our homes, you have to do this on the outside. From a street view, from past sales, if there's something in MLS that you can pick up or something like that. So there would be, and tell me if I'm wrong, but there would be no way for the tax department to know that there was this additional square footage because there was no permit pull that would trigger.
Right.
Okay.
No permit, and there's ways for citizens to self-report this. They can call, they can send photos, they can let us know. They can also go to their property record card and submit updates that way.
And of course, they don't want to do that because their tax value would go up, and then their property taxes would go up. So for them, for Mr. Owner, it doesn't behoove him to call you or Keith or anybody in the appraisal department to say, "Hey, I've got an additional."
Surprisingly, some people do submit that.
Of course, yeah. But I'm just saying, there's no incentive. It's actually there's no reason, there's no incentive for him to do that. And so I think that's at least important to talk about. So there would be no way. It's not an error that you guys made, I would assume. It's the fact that they didn't permit the space.
It would be an error. I would say that's an error that was sold and that data was in there and we didn't enter it. We didn't populate that in the system. That would be an error. You need to calculate an incorrect sales ratio.
Gotcha. Not to, and I'm
Also
sorry.
off of what was sold, that data set.
Okay.
So this brings back to, say correct, I mean, say incorrect. I mean, that would be, so what we have to do is we have to match the property characteristics in the CAMA, that's what was sold on that data sale. The
Sure.
time of sale has to match in order to calculate the ratio to report to the Department of Revenue.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's what's important. And then, so this right here, this kind of helps. It's where we kind of aligned on our understanding of each other's ratio,
Yeah.
our ratio studies. And the Urban 3 method would reflect the top.
Sure.
As of the January 1 of 2021 date. That would be what J curve has kind of been formed. Whereas you see ours where we've matched the property characteristics that they promised.
I have a question. So does the sale price in July affected all that assessed value in 2022? Or is it just that extra 500 square feet and the renovations of the bathroom and kitchen? Because that's like $700,000 just for 500 square feet and 2 renovations. So I'm asking, does the sale price influence the 2022 assessed value?
No, the sale price has to be independent.
Okay.
You cannot calculate your tax value based on sale price. Only thing the appraiser could do, find those missing property characteristics.
Right.
That's
It just
what's
seems
missing.
like a big jump of
Yeah.
500
Yeah.
square feet.
It also matters, there's factors in place where this property is located too. So this square footage is compounding value based on where it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Excellent question. So, any other questions on the slide?
Tell me again, the 500 square feet, that was, you called that or whatever, in MLS?
Yes. MLS listed.
MLS listed it as 4,500 and you had it as 4,000.
Yes. We did not know about the unpermitted renovations.
Renovations meaning addition.
No,
Renovating, but
no, no.
also addition.
No addition. It was the same exterior footprint of the building. Everything. It was a finished basement and attic. We would not see an external change on that property.
There was not an extra, so a aerial of that would not have shown an extra garage or deck or bedroom as far as square footage. So it was finished versus unfinished.
This is this would be like, we have software called Change Finder that over the flyer that we do right now. Anything that occurs that affects the building footprint,
Right.
it's the last flyer catch.
You over.
This wouldn't be called.
Got it.
So anything else? Next one. This is, so we got two extremes. This is your ideal perfect scenario that, we'd love to happen every time. So this is a structure that was, a parcel that was sold in January of 21, and it was sold for $265,000. And on January 1 of 2021, it was assessed at $258,700. It's permitted in 2019, so we knew about it. In 2019, we knew this was getting built, and we knew what was going on with it. We've seen the plans, and they do site visits and all that to keep up with the construction. It was completed prior to January 1 of 2021, and then after the year rolled over, and that sale happened, sold for 97. Our assessed value is at 97% of the market value of that transaction. And so obviously the property characteristics matched. We didn't have to make any sort of data, property record card updates, match those characteristics. And this right here is what happened. What happens when you have all the data up front, for permits or reporting, anything like that. And this is when you're scrubbing that MLS data where you can sell. That's all we have to do now. Make sure that we match the property characteristics with the data set. That's the last slide. So, no questions?
So then when you're doing construction, you're gonna always be at a higher percentage as far as your matches. just simply because you're gonna have more of the data, right?
Yes, and people are reporting. Permitting is another form of reporting what's going on the property. That's how we feel about that. Like I said, that's the ideal situation.
So technically, the county is always behind its assessed value to the property. Even at the model you showed on the other slide,
Yeah.
you weren't at 100%.
Yeah, it'd be difficult to be always at 100%. You know, at mass appraisal, you want to be within the 90 to 105.
You want to be at that
110% window.
ballpark, that range.
Yeah, it's all about being in that range of a high quality appraisal.
Because when a reassessment happened, so reassessment 2021, you guys extrapolated data from when?
From the prior years.
Exactly. So
Prior
that's
years'
why
sales.
it's always behind, because especially in an appreciating market, we've been in an appreciating market, that's exactly
Right.
why.
And these ratios, sorry to interrupt.
No.
These ratios tell us how our assessment, our CAMA model is performing based on an arm's length transaction when the property characteristics match what happened on data set within our system. So that's how we can test our CAMA model to make sure it's matching with the market, or see how it's keeping up with the market. And if it is keeping up with the market, it's basically a test. We're consistently testing our CAMA model to make sure that it's keeping up with the market or where it's not.
Okay.
Or do you have anything like that? Can you go back to the first slide real quick? Sure. Thank you. Yeah, so a couple of comments here. Thank you for this. I think it does clarify quite a bit. I'm going to provide a couple of high-level comments here. First, starting with just an expression of gratitude towards Keith and staff. We've been meeting quite frequently over the last couple of months to understand the distinction between the top and bottom curves here. So thank you all for that time and energy. My additional kind of clarification is myself, who's engaged in this work, agree that this top curve represents that with good data, the assessment practice performs well. We're in agreement there. And that's what that example shows, that we're able to revise the data, we get full square footage, we know renovation, the assessment process performs fairly well. This bottom curve, which is the work that we have presented, more accurately reflects the broader housing market in Buckeye County, and that is the big distinction. This bottom curve represents roughly 95% of our housing market. It is more true to the experience of homeowners in Buckeye County. I say that after having reviewed the IAAO standards on ratio studies, which essentially calls for the approach that Urban 3 used to do this sort of study, and actually characterizes the top approach, the methodology the county is currently using, as a form of sales chasing, which is not recommended by the IAAO. So while we are in agreement that better data produces better outcomes, we are still quite divergent in the implications of these two curves. So,
Can I, so are you saying that the county's methodology and Urban 3's methodology, that yours more closely aligns with the
IAAO? I am.
I just want to be fair here. Are you or Joe licensed appraisers, or like? Are we? Are we really gonna? And I'm just asking the question: are we really saying that a trained department that's been? I think he can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but has achieved, I think, the highest level of certification that you can receive from that board. Are we saying that they've deviated so much that that a team of folks that aren't necessarily appraisers, or are we saying
That's a very fair question. It's a very fair question, and I would personally respond by saying I would not feel comfortable making the assertion that I just did unless I'd done my due diligence, my work here. So I'm very confident that what I'm saying accurately reflects the IAA standards. To talk about background and kind of qualifications, I myself have taken all of the required certification coursework from both the IAAO and the North Carolina Department of Revenue. So I have a similar background. I've been working in this data space for 10 years. So I've got some qualifications to put behind this work. I would also pose that question to county staff as well, right? That what I presented to county staff, I did so a month ago, and we have continued to unpack this, and it's still an unresolved question. And I personally feel that as a committee, for us to move into developing recommendations with data that I'm saying is in conflict with international standards, seems to be putting the cart before the horse. I'm really worried about that, and I have not gotten a satisfactory answer from.
And I guess the follow-up would be this, is that, so not only is this hockey stick curve counter to the county, okay, fine. You know, I don't know that I say fine because there's no need to rehash that. But I think when we have even a third party that has come in, and Tom Tavit, I think everybody's got that report and can read through that. Mm-hmm. We're saying that yet another study is in direct conflict with what Urban 3 has come up with. And are we again going to say, okay, well, no,
yes, okay, yeah, I will make the statement that I also believe the work does not align with international standards. And the reason I say that is because specifically the county provided the data to Geneva to work with. So Geneva was able to basically adopt the same methodology the county was working with. And that's why we see both the county and Geneva not being in compliance with international standards.
And so would you say that you used, so as an appraiser, I follow USPAP guidelines. That's sort of ground zero for me. And for everybody that is not familiar with that, that's the uniform standards that all appraisers fall under, and use those guidelines in order to come up with a value. And part of that the standard one is to use methodology in which produces a credible result that can be put out to that's standard one. And so are you, well, I want to make sure that the methodology is the methodology that an appraiser would use in order to come up with this curve versus the more flat line that the county has put forth, and then also what Tom Tavit has put forth. And so I just want to make sure that the method, we're talking about apples and apples, and that the methodology is there to come up with a credible result.
Yep. Your question?
And could you also touch on, and maybe this was because I came in late, but the data set that was used? Did you guys already talk about the data set? Okay, okay, then
Yes.
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay. To answer your question, Jonathan, what I would respond with is the work that we've produced isn't actually developing new valuations for properties. We're not actually engaged in assessing property. We're taking the numbers that have been developed by the county and comparing those to market price. And that's simply what is used to produce these graphics. It's the kind of nuance behind how you make those comparisons that changes the perspective on those groupings. And the IAAO is clear about how those graphs should be produced. There's very, very clear guidelines on that.
Would you agree with that, Eric? With that, and the reason I'm asking is because
this may not be an agreement.
Sure, and that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to ask that question.
In regards to when you use a ratio in a ratio study, the report, especially when we send it to the Department of Revenue, assessment data should match what was sold. The property characteristics need to match what was sold in that qualified sale, the day of sale. So that's no, we do not.
And so you would go back in like you did on the example one and make those corrections based on, do you guys have access to MLS? So you would go back in, look at what the realtor listed in the MLS, and then potentially revise if there are things, and you, okay.
Update the property characteristics.
Sure.
Property record card updates. Not override values, not taking sell price into account. Only making sure data matches characteristics of the parcel.
Let me make sure I
So-
understand.
You go ahead.
So you're saying that you would make that adjustment based on the assessment of the realtor and not on the sale of the property? How do you?
So what's listed would be like the square footage of a home, the quality of the construction, and if it's being updated and things like that. So we want to make sure those property characteristics are within our appraisal system. The appraiser might do a visit or do a field check or interview the realtor or the property, send out a questionnaire.
Okay, your team is more likely to be hands-on. Your team is more likely to be on-site.
That's, so Eric, or anybody that's part of the appraisal division, can I just want to try to answer your question, Dwayne. I don't know.
We'll clarify one thing too. I'm the data guy.
Sure. Yeah.
I do not go in there and appraise property and change it up. I look at it and audit.
Yeah.
I know where the data's going and what it does.
So you'll make adjustments based on their information, their assessed value.
Let me, if I can, let me back up. Somebody can stop me if I'm saying something incorrect, just where I can try to help. Because I want to try to help answer your question. So, let's say you put your house on that the assessment's the assessment. Keith and his team have put an assessment of value on your house, and that's happened the whole time that you've owned your house. And you decide and over the years you've finished the basement out in your house, let's say, and you didn't permit that, and you didn't do anything, and so, but it's there, and you're going to sell it with the finished basement, and so you call Miriam and you say, Miriam, I want to sell my house. She said, okay, fine. She comes over. You've got 1,500 square feet of living space above grade. You finish the basement off. You got 500 feet there. Well, the tax department only knows that you have 1,500 feet.
Right.
And so they're basing your assessed value on the 1,500 feet. And then you go and sell it, and you've in fact got 2,000 feet because you finished the basement. And so you sell the property and you get the amount of money for 2,000 square feet because that's what you have. Well, I think what they're saying is that if there's a big discrepancy there, they go back, they look at the MLS, and they pick up that extra 500 feet that you had in the basement that you never reported beforehand. And they say, oh, well, we need to revise only the characteristics of this house to reflect the 500 feet. We're not going to change the amount you sold it for. We're not going to change the appraised value. Well, I guess after yes, it would change the appraised value or the assessed value because now they're able to add the other 500 feet in. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Joe and Ori and Urban 3 do not have access to the MLS that the county does, and they're not able to go back in and say, wait a second, this was a really big difference between sales price and assessed value. They're not able to go in and see why that necessarily is.
Mm-hmm.
But the tax department does have MLS access, and they are able to go in and say, wait a second, this was 58%. We have to figure out what's going on. And they go in and look at that, and they figure it out and say, okay, well, there was blah, blah, blah done to the house. Does that, does that help?
And I'll chime in here and say that our disagreement isn't with revising the assessed value based off of new information. So we now know there's an additional 500 square feet. We know that these spaces were renovated, they were not in good condition. That's actually, per state statutes, an allowable reason to adjust that assessed value during a non-reappraisal year. Normally, adjusting between reappraisal years, you have very strict criteria for what you can do for it. Editing, clerical errors in the data is one of those. Our distinction is when you're asking what is the overall performance of the assessment model. We are saying, I actually want to back off from saying we, the international guidelines suggest you use that top ratio, not the bottom ratio, because that error rate exists across the entire population of the housing stock. And when you go in and you clean up that error rate among a small pool of sold homes, you're going to increase the accuracy of the underlying data, increase the accuracy of the assessed value. You're going to get numbers that look like this 94%. While homes that haven't sold, that don't have new data coming in, that don't have MLS records, don't have the opportunity for those underlying property features to be more accurate. So that inaccuracy still exists for roughly there's 90,000 residential units in Buncombe County, 5,000 which sell per year.
So should we guess on those other ones to try to come to
we can use a very easy metric, which is to say, of those sold properties, how many of them had missing data, right? How many of them had incomplete or inaccurate data? It's about 65%. So a majority had inaccurate or missing data. Last year's, I got 60. So it was, we should expect that, sorry, Eric, we should expect that in the broader population, that not just sold properties, but unsold properties also have, and that's an inherent feature because the staff can't go into the house, they can't understand whether or not it's an improvement. Like that's just a nature of how the data is available.
One thing too, real quick to touch on that is, this is an extreme example. The adjustments range, you're talking anywhere from 1,500 in value to one like this. So the majority of them say this way. Or the difference of 2021 to 2020 for last year, I pulled the sales that happened last year, 60% that we did update the values on property characteristics, I should say, created the adjusted values, right? Of those, the median at that time would have been mid-70s total ratio, and post these property characteristics being updated, the ratio being calculated ended up being 85% of the properties that just increased. And in the properties, like the next slide, the ideal one of those that sold, but we did not have to update those property characteristics, they were still in the mid-80s range. So that really see the consistency there. We're at last year's reported DOR ratio on the ratio study was 86%.
So folks, I want to be cognizant of time. I want to give this conversation a few more minutes. So if folks have additional questions, I'd like to try and limit it to 5 minutes, next 5 minutes, and we can move on to the next topic.
I just wanted to clarify. Can I?
Yeah, sure.
I just want to clarify. So you adjusted, or the department adjusted 60% of all home sales?
They updated the property characteristics based off of buyer seller reporting, MLS data, realtor, and different sources. Data was verified that we did not have the data, property characteristics, keep saying that, within our Canvas system that matched the time of sale. We have to have that. We have
and those adjustments were they by and large adjusting the end product was adjusting the assessment upwards?
The majority would be yes, it increased.
And were the 60% higher? I mean, were they just all over the board as far as
all
home
over
sales?
the board? This is not just this high-end home. This happens everywhere, and they do decrease as well. And then there's also a large portion of them that are no change. So the 60% doesn't come with decreases.
So I have a question about the data set, and I would like for you both to Because the real problem that I have as a committee member and also a citizen and property owner of this county is that we have data that we have Tom Tibet's, we have the counties, and then we have this data that has that. And so what I would like to hear from both, like I want to know, like, what was the timeline that the data was extrapolated? Because unless everybody's using the same data, like we're going to be talking about this, right? Where there's going to be inconclusive stuff. So I just want to know, like, what was the data? Like, where was it extrapolated from? What was the time frame? And the same thing, if like, I don't know who wants to go first.
Fair question.
Okay.
Sure. As far as what we used for the sales ratio would have been 2019 and 2020 sales. Tom to be, yes, 2017 through 2020 sales. Now I'm going off memory here. Sorry.
Okay, 2019. So the county was 2019 to
2020 sales.
okay.
And it was 2021 appraised values, reappraisal year.
Yeah, right. And that's what I mean. So not to current. I mean, like, because this whole thing came about because of the reappraisal. So
Yeah.
that's what I want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing. So this whole thing came about because of the reappraisal. So, like, that's what the data set pulled for that is what I want to know about.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So will you say that one more time? So for Buncombe County, the data set that you guys collected was sales
19 and 20.
19 and 20.
Top to be 17 to 2020.
No, it was 19 and 20.
Okay, so
I'm going
Tom
off
to be
memory what Tom asked. I think it was
Is
2019.
there going to be an opportunity for public questioning?
Yeah, sorry, there is no public comment during the session.
Mary's asking a question.
Yes.
Oh.
I think this is the one she's asking. Or not that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
So real quick, Tom to Beach data set would be the last reappraisal data set. The calendar year 2017 through 2020, 2021.
Okay.
Assessment.
Okay.
I have some brain there.
And how did Tom collect his data?
I packaged it up, exported it from the Canvas system. He asked me for data, and I said, Mike, and it's the same data set, same exact data set.
Okay. So you guys have the same data
Yes,
set.
same
So
data
okay. So then there's the problem. Like, so why is there? So if we're all working with the same data set,
Yep.
and it's being extrapolated, so
Go to number 2 for that. This is a great question. This is like the
no,
question
like
we
so.
didn't have before.
It is the question in the room.
Yeah.
It is the big white elephant in the room because if we're not working with the same data set, and I mean understanding that, then like we're all going to continue to have questions, and we really can't move forward as a committee by making recommendations if we're not all working with the same data set. So, okay.
So my response would be, we're working with the exact same underlying data that the county has. Same data. Our difference is how we're listed and just point to these. The difference is what we compare the sales price to. So this is a sale that occurred in 2021, and we have assessed values for 2021. We have a sale that occurred in 2021. We also have a 2022 assessed value. The county is currently comparing 2021 sales value to the next tax year. Urban 3 is using the same calendar year, same assessed year. So it's the same underlying data. The only difference is which appraised value we're comparing.
So why are you doing that?
Because it's the methods that are recommended by the IWO. Because property characteristics are being differentially changed in that pool of sold properties, and they're not sold properties. So this is the way we understand the assessment across the whole housing market.
So say that a different way, because what I just heard was,
Yeah.
and I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
Yeah.
you. When you say that the county is changing characteristics, because like I'm a realtor, right? And so, it's so funny that, I mean, selling, when people decide to sell, it's so funny because people don't like their tax assessment when they go to sell because they go, oh, my property's worth way more than that. And every year,
Very
the
true.
consumers, no, it's true. It's
Yeah.
true. I've been doing this for 20 years and it's hilarious to me. You know, it's like they love it when they don't want to sell their house, right? Because their taxes are lower. But when you go to sell, oh gosh, no, my property's worth way more. Where I was going with that is also every year, because I get them too on my property, right? Like the tax assessor's office asks you, do you make changes to your property? Because, you know, in mass appraisal, I mean, the county doesn't have enough staff to go to your house, you know, my house, and they're not going to knock on your door and, hey, can I, you know, there's just not enough to do that. So it is partially too the property owner's responsibility if you upgrade your house and you put a deck. So like when the percentage that Eric was talking about, what they extrapolate from MLS, when like the data's wrong, is because the consumer, they will permit, they won't permit. They'll fix up their basement or their attic or something, and there's 2,000 more square feet, that, you know, and so the tax office. So what I don't understand is why are you using that ratio? Because it's more accurate if the county is actually getting, you know, and I guess it's a good thing that the county actually gets to insight into the MLS, because we're liable for that. We're liable for square footage. We are liable as realtors. We're liable. That's why most good realtors, I haven't touched a measuring stick. I hire an appraiser. Guess who I hire? I hire an appraiser that's going to put his stamp or her stamp and say, this is the square footage of the house. And also look at what's heated, what's finished, because there's guidelines. So that's more accurate when you're looking at really like what's accurate. So I guess I want to understand, why are you guys not using that? Like, what's the thought process for that?
You're right there, right? That is the part that we are in agreement about. We overlap on this particular issue,
Okay.
which is with good quality underlying characteristic data, we get good output, right? So that's what this is telling us. We can only say that for those properties that have good underlying characteristic data. We can only say this 94% represents data that's good underneath it. But we know 65 to 70% have poor or inaccurate data. That's what we know. So we know the broad housing market has inaccurate data. And when we consider that inaccurate data, that's when we see the overassessment of lower properties. Did that land at all?
No,
Okay.
because I still don't understand why you're using that. Why are you not using that? Why would you not want accurate characteristics?
Because it's more representative of what's happening in the broader population. It's more likely that houses have bad data.
But then that's kind of skewing it a little bit. Like if you're not taking like actual, right? Like, I mean, help me understand that. So if you're not actually collecting the actual, like when you have that sale, and I mean, here's where we are, like you don't have actual, so you're working in really, really old data and not actual something that happened in time. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
She got a question.
Now, I was just going to try to maybe insert a different way to explain what you're saying, maybe.
Sure.
So let's say this next guy has a next door neighbor who didn't sell. His property is also assessed at 1.1 million, but he's part of the 60% that it has inaccurate house characteristics. And so he is underassessed by 700,000, but it will never show up in the data. And I think that's what Urban 3 is trying to, I think what you're trying to say is there are maybe 60% of the properties that are underassessed, particularly, maybe, this is an extreme example, but.
Well, I don't
know
if it's extreme or not, because we keep saying that we're comfortable with 65%, upwards to 80% of the data not being accurate, right? That seems to be the model. On a year-to-year basis, 65% of the information, because of improvements and whatnot, that information is acceptable. That's an acceptable range.
Actually, no, the other portion of the data set is pulling, we're saying 65% because that was what was the property characteristics were updated,
Okay.
changed. based on what was sold that day at the time of sale. But also there's, I can't do percentages in my head on this. There was a large portion of properties that did not change. So that transfer was reviewed and there was nothing to change. The property characteristics match.
Like
Makes
40%, right?
So-
Yes.
40%.
And in those numbers, the data, the information, the assessed value would be correct.
They would match
nothing-
property characteristics.
Where it would
at the time of
match,
sale.
right.
Whether or not the market was, within a 94% ratio, that's not the case.
But in these two cases, the two examples you showed, one is a over $1 million home and one is a, more modest home. And so is that generally what you see?
I see it scattered throughout. I don't see it consistent.
But so,
But our work says there is a trend.
I was gonna say, and
yeah,
so
the
have
first-
you,
Yeah, the first slide shows that hockey stick.
yeah, and so I guess the question is this, have you been able to provide the code or the algorithm or whatever to err? And the follow-up to that is, were you able to recreate that same hockey stick with the same data?
I was able to recreate the year-on-year ratios that Ori had shared with me through his algorithms that he shared with me on a GitHub page, his notes, things like that. So I was able to go in and mimic what he had done, and that's when we started figuring out where we're different. Taking the pre-characteristic update, whereas we're taking it how it's sold updates. In this case.
Right. So if you did, let's say you didn't update that. Right. Let's say you let that go to the Department of Revenue, because that's essentially what your study does. Is we're not updating that, and so
You update it because you can. You just don't calculate the sales ratio off of that.
Yeah.
Was I splitting hairs there?
no, I mean, yeah, the issue with that is that's not for me, that's not that wouldn't be an acceptable practice or methodology for the Department of Revenue, for example.
This is where I will return and say this is the methodology that Urban 3 has created. Therefore, we're not developing some new system. We are following IAAO guidelines. That's what we're following guidelines that come from International Professional Organization for Assessing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, right. But would that fly with the Department of Revenue, who the Buck County answers to as far as assessed values?
The department, the ratio study we submit to the Department of Revenue is concerned with how our camel model is performing on the market.
And that's a more market assessment. I mean, that tells a truer picture. I mean, I know there's going to be houses just down the street from that one or the other 250,000 that we've been looking at that, folks may live there 50 years and it never comes on the market. So you don't know possibly what's been added, what's been done on the inside, unless you've got the overlay of the aerial and you see an extra, 1,000 square foot bedroom. So, but this is the truer picture. And that if I'm a commercial broker, and on a commercial appraisal, what I am looking at is it may be an income piece of property. So I spend megabucks paying CoStar to give me cap rates, to give me all of that information, just like we all still pay MLS fees to give us all that information. That's the true picture. That's just not, and that's what we want to be assessed on, is the true picture of value.
Okay, I'm not a realtor. I don't do any of that. I'm just a community person that's concerned about what kind of a difference are you going to make with Urban 3 about the housing issue. Is this going to be, we've gone around this, everybody's talked about how much, this and that. I understand it, believe me, I do. But what I want to know is, where do we go forward? Because we can't keep going around the same thing about what the percentages. What does Urban 3 want to see if you guys are on different pages? That's what I want to know, because if I go back and I think about property value ratios and your difference of what you think versus what the county thinks. Where is it gonna come to a medium and what is it gonna take for an understanding of how this process is gonna go forward? Not just what we're doing today, what we did last month or last week, but where we're gonna go. Because that would be what would interest me. Not being I'm not a realtor, so I don't know these things. I'm not a tax assessor. I'm not an appraiser. I want to know what would be the next step as we move forward. Because we've gotten past. I think I understood that 2 months ago. So, either one.
Ms. Bobette, thank you for the question. Here's my kind of final tidbit here. We collectively, as a committee, staff, the community, have talked about the importance of transparency, building community trust, and working to advance equity. I am calling on staff right now to address this confusion among the committee and to acknowledge that you are presenting work to this committee that does not align with international standards. That needs to be addressed and needs to be put forward to this committee before I will feel comfortable moving forward with recommendation. I think that is a trust building exercise and it's part of building transparency. Until that happens, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with recommendations. Ms. Bobette, my commitment to you, what I'm seeing when we do this analysis according to standards, is that the assessment system is placing a financial burden on lower value homeowners. That is what we're seeing. And until staff can acknowledge that, I don't feel we are prepared to make recommendations to change that. So that is why I will not let go of this issue until I feel staff has adequately built trust and transparency.
If I can just add to that, so for me, and I think for the committee, it comes down to, because there's a fork in the road here. And the fork in the road is this, at least for me. I can only speak for me, but the fork is this. Do I feel that more credible results were ascertained by what Tom Tavit put forth to all of us, or what Urban 3 put forth to all of us? And maybe that's an oversimplification of things, but the data is the data, and what the county and Tom Tavit has shown us tells a completely different story than what Urban 3 has shown us. And for me, I have to ascertain who has the most credible results.
That's what I'm and that's an opinion.
That's all that is. Yes.
And I understand that, and I respect your opinion, because I think that your opinion is a passion for what is happening to different communities and what the research that you have done in that market, whereas the county and the staff, they're based on what their data shows and what their work is. So I'm just saying, is there any way that as we go through this process, none of us want to sit in here and have been here all this time and our recommendations are not heard or they're not brought forth, and then I go back and they say, well, you want a reparation? The reappraisal, I don't know what committee I'm on, and they're saying the reappraisal committee, but my taxes are still, I don't know what's going on, or nothing is happening. So that's what I'm saying. And I understand, all the things that you're saying. And I kind of, have my own opinion. We all have our own opinions, but I'm open to how we can move forward with making a difference.
So I'd like to chime in on that particular point. And this is why I want the equity questions to always stay on. Who does it benefit? Mm-hmm. Who does it burden? So let's assume that there is a discrepancy in what Ari is saying and how we're going about assessing the value. Who does that benefit? So if you've got $1 million property and you fix it up and the county doesn't know anything about it, you are not burdened by not providing that information, that you added value to your property. Then when it's time to sell the property, you want maximum dollars.
Right.
So then, and then we say, well, there's nothing we can do about it because the homeowner didn't provide us with the necessary information ahead of time. So for me, that's a convenient loophole that is always going to benefit the upper class and disenfranchise the lower class, because they are less likely to be putting into fixing up their property to have an advantage that this could provide just from this diagram right here. Does everybody understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's going to be my problem.
but I think what Eric was saying, Dwayne, was that so, and again, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing something, but it sounded like from what Eric was saying was that happens across all price ranges, not just undervalued in the $1 million range, but I think Eric was saying that they see that spotted all over.
Yes, and I asked the question, is that 65% acceptable? Is that an acceptable margin? And you're saying that it is.
But I think that difference falls not just in the million plus. I think that difference falls, what I understood what you said, is the 60% is all over the board. It may be a $200,000 home that, yeah, somebody did go in and add a bedroom or add a deck and upgrade it. So the percentage of the 200 that now is making it approximately 300 is the same percent as the 1,000,008 going from 1,000,001.
Except if I'm reading the data right, that first slide, those graphs don't show that. Because the bottom graph is showing the pre adjustments or whatever, right? Yeah, whatever. And that seems to indicate that it's mainly in the upper property values.
For me, that's again, that's for me, as just one person on the committee. Unfortunately, it's there, and this is no knock on Urban 3 or staff. In my opinion, they're using bad data because you're not using the updated data in order to come up with that ratio. For me, that's if I know something to be contrary to what I'm doing, then I'm going to use that updated data in order to come up with a new analysis. I'm not going to continue to use bad data to come up with, I mean, it's, what do they say, garbage in, garbage out? That's that.
Right, we're only looking at how many homes sell in Buncombe County a year versus how many homes are total in Buncombe County a year.
Right, but then, for me, that's a guess. I mean, then we're guessing at the if a house didn't sell for 30 years, are we going to guess that? Are we going to somehow come up with, or we're going to, in my opinion, we're going to guess that, oh well, 65% of the houses in Buncombe County are wrong. So we're going to put an imaginary number out there to try to make up for that.
No.
No, but I do think
But I think that's what-
I do think we can keep the equity questions in mind.
No, but I think that's what Ori's saying is
Well,
that
this is
yes,
about
we
equity,
are going to
it's
come
about
up with
the
a
data
with a
set. Oh, I
with a-
was just saying
with
they
a
want the
ratio.
equity questions always to be at the forefront of our.
Sure, absolutely,
Absolutely.
agree. But I think what Ori's saying is that no, we're going to come up with a ratio, and we're going to add or take away value based on what we think might be.
No, what we're doing, the county's way of doing this says under ideal circumstances of having entirely clean data, how does the assessment model? What is this ideal circumstance, which is great. We get a number, things look good. We don't disagree with that. Good data, good output. The problem is, as we know, bad data exists for a majority of the housing stock. We know that because when sales come in and we compare what we had in the county database versus MLS records, we see 65% of those had some sort of error. We need to assume that error exists out in the broader population. The purpose of a sales ratio study isn't to assess how well the camera works under ideal circumstances. It's to understand the performance of the entire assessment system. That's the purpose of a sales ratio study. So by going and increasing the accuracy of this sample of sold properties, while poor data exists out here, this does not reflect the broader customer. That's
So-
our issue.
So how do you correct that? I mean, if we're saying that 60% of the data is incorrect, then what
So here's what we do. We put teeth in the ordinance so that the homeowner has to provide accurate data, because that's the only solution. So as long as someone can live in their house 30, 40 years, do all kind of upgrades, and I'm not saying that they are purposely trying to take advantage of the system. That's not for me to grade. But at the end of the day, they get to take advantage of the system because they are not reporting their upkeep. Then when it's time to sell, we allow that homeowner off the hook, and then the new buyer is going to be assessed at now the more accurate tax rate. So for me, we need to close that loophole so that that's not possible. Whether we agree with either data, there's a bias in the system, and the people who can afford to do maximum upgrades are going to get maximum benefit from underreporting. People who cannot afford to do any upgrades at all will not benefit from this system at all. That's the bias. That's why I come in. So I don't have to be an appraiser. I don't have to do anything you guys do. I got common sense and I can connect dots.
And so let's try to unpack that. So let's say that's what we want to make a recommendation that that if Keith and his team go back in and they see what would be, and I'm just curious, what would be how do you, because the property's already sold. And so how would we go back to, and I say we, meaning the royal we of citizens of Bunker County, how do you go back to?
How do you make sure that your emissions system is up to date on your car? Do we not have to have it inspected, have it verified? We can make sure when we're talking about homeowners not taking advantage of the system, we can make recommendations. We can do things to make that more difficult.
Well,
And
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There is laws that you're supposed to get a permit to do whatever.
Yes.
And most,
With no teeth.
almost anything.
With no teeth. We
But
have to put some teeth in there.
I agree with that. But that doesn't come from the tax office, I don't think. But I think that's a
I thought we were also
very
here to
valid
do
point.
recommendations, and that would be part of my recommendation. For as a committee, that would be one of the things that I would want to see.
Well,
Let me step in
We're
here
not-
real quick. So we've obviously exceeded 5 minutes. We've talked about it right now, and this has been a great conversation. I want to make sure, does everybody have an understanding of what we're talking about? I mean, did anybody feel unclear in terms of the differences between two approaches in relation to calculation of sales ratio?
No, I
Okay.
understand how they're extrapolating, but I do have one question about the data set, because this sheet says that the urban 3 ratio gap of sales prices to assessed value, the sources are 2013 to 2017. And so if that's actually the data set that's been collected, then it is going to look like that, right? So it's going to look like that. So is that the data set? Because if that's the data set, then that's not the data set that the county used, that Tom Tevet used, and it's going to skew it.
We've done this analysis from 2001 to 2022 using the approaches that we have just identified. So using the county's data, we have done this analysis for 2 decades. This trend emerges across
But you're not answering my question. My question is, are you using the same data set? But why does it say 2013 to 2017?
One of the years in the last 2 decades that we've done this work order.
But that's not showing graph to graph, what we just looked at. That's not showing line to.
I mean, we're not comparing apples to apples. And so that's where, like, just the analysis part of me, like, if we're gonna try to make recommendations, then we need to be looking at, everybody needs, I mean, this is what we're charged to do, is look at it fairly, right? We're here charged to look at this fairly, equitable. And if we're not comparing the same data set, I mean, it doesn't matter who's doing it. I mean, if everybody's different, then we got to make sure that the data set is, everybody is using the same information.
The same years?
Melanie.
Oh, Melanie, are the two graphs are not the same years?
Directionally, yes, those two are directionally correct. I think your specific question is on that visual though.
Yes.
There's another visual on that handout. Maybe I think the next page. Yeah, that's like, all the years broken down. If you look at the top row, that's all the different years broken down individually. Think of it this way, there's 100% of the data, and Ori's crunching that at 100%. What the county is showing you is a piece of the data. Same data set, they're just showing you the cream on top of the milk, not the whole bucket.
But isn't that what we're talking about? Like, shouldn't we all be looking at the same data? Like,
That's where the rubber meets the road. What we're saying is
but we
that
can't live in the past.
we pay taxes on a system. We're not paying taxes. People are paying taxes on 5%, but the rest of us are being hit by that computer model that's running amok, and we need to understand where it's amok.
So, wait. Go ahead, then I do have something to say.
No, I just appreciate the difficulty that you guys are having right now.
Oh, I want to think about, you might know you were saying, I'm sorry. You can do, it's called a discovery bill on unreported updates to homes. You can find out when that happened and go back.
What's the name of that again? I'm sorry, Eric. Discovery. So, I mean, that's
where we would start, right?
Yes.
Want to get that out there?
Yeah.
Y'all were talking.
Well, when I look back at what we're charged with, and a couple of things I want to address is the way we were looking at that, and I understand we've got kind of just a disagreement, different database, et cetera. But the other, someone said a minute ago, the white elephant in the room, the other white elephant, and totally respectfully, is I think a very strong conflict of interest. We're here to make recommendations. We've got that list of charges that we've read 100 times, and I think we all understand it. But yet Urban 3 is making recommendations to us to make recommendations, and you're on the board. A total conflict of interest.
I get that the commission, when I was appointed to the committee, was fully aware of my involvement in Urban 3.
But now you're not willing to move forward with recommendation unless key staff reports that they're incorrect.
I'm calling on staff to provide integrity in what they're reporting. I think that's my role as a committee member.
Can we take a break from?
That's a conflict of interest.
Can we take a break?
Technically, you're all property owners. So I'm gonna take a timeout right now. So we're at
Yes.
hour
Yes.
and 10 minutes past
Thank you.
what we were supposed to be.
Y'all wear me out.
I do want to honor the request for a break, and we'll take a break and we'll reconvene at 4:20. At 4:20. 4:21.
4 minutes.
5:21.
Oh.
I'm not
ring in the hall. Yeah.
Alcohol.
Not locked out, are they? Oh, chance. Staff may have closed the door. Right.
It is good.
Yeah, Satra.
Wait a minute.
See, case, Billy was.
Yeah.
It was a joke anyway.
All right, if you can hear my voice, clap once. See my face, clap twice. All right, we're going to begin to transition into to a conversation that Rachel is, as we have planned to lead this next section, and she just really kind of wants to recap the discussion that we've been having and provide some observations, perhaps. So I'm going to turn it over to Rachel, and if I need to capture anything, I'll be up here with the marker. But Rachel?
So out of just respect for everybody's time and the agenda as it currently stands, and I'll try to project, and I'm going to ask that as my first order of business. Everybody please speak up. This room is smaller, but it's echoey, and for those of us sitting further in the back, I can't hear these conversations, so don't yell. If that's not a ground rule, it should be. Don't yell at each other, but can everyone speak up a little bit, particularly for the benefit of those watching remotely? So, but out of respect for everyone's time, our agenda discussions, everything that we have planned, how much time generally
For this next.
for me?
For you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's
What did we say?
let's give it 35 minutes. Is that enough?
I don't know. I won't know till we
Well,
start.
you asked.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. All right, so everybody, good and productive stuff. Okay, like it might have felt very contentious, but this, in my opinion, was one of the most productive sessions we've ever had. And for me, my stake in the game being to ensure that third bullet point, which Debbie pointed out, we've all seen it 100 times, but we have to always remember bullet point number 3, which was the one about equity concern. This conversation yielded so much more depth on equity considerations than any other one has had. Instead of equity sprinkles, which is where Rachel comes up, Rachel talks about equity, and then we move on to something else. This was sprinkles baked into the funfetti cake. All right, everybody see with me? We were actually having this conversation, and there were so many ideas being generated that I asked if we could kind of change direction a little bit and revisit the conversation. So we all had time to kind of get up, walk around, stretch, bio break, and calm down, which I think is fantastic. But I don't want to lose this train because our next session is our last plan session. So any questions, any concerns, getting all of this hammered out. I say all, I'm not saying words. All of this hammered out. John, it's not happening. I need you to believe. Okay,
I got you.
Okay, so all of that hammered out now in this session. So that is kind of where we're looking this time. Christina, so gracious, so much nicer. So much nicer and so gracious, has agreed to capture some of these things that we heard coming out. But before I go to that, I just want to interject in the middle of this meeting. This meeting is this meeting. We can't really change anything. But going forward, I ask that everyone, if you do have pets, unless they are a service or therapy animal, please do not bring them, because what we did not do was poll our committee about allergies, phobias, or levels of comfort. So if that is not the case, going forward, I would just ask everyone to please refrain from that. So I just wanted to put that out there. So anybody want to give a recap of issues that came up that were related to equity. So we can start the conversation back up, but I don't want to miss the things that we talked about. I know some, but did anybody else hear them? Anybody else hear anything that they would like to raise?
I think, Dwayne brought up some valid points, in reference to, I hadn't really thought about it in that manner, but folks that are on the lower end of, income or house price or whatever that looks like, don't necessarily have the disposable income to go do a unpermitted structure on their house, or don't have, maybe not have the money to do a kitchen remodel or something that maybe the tax department hasn't seen. So I thought that was a very valid point. I appreciate you bringing it to this point.
I agree with that. Very valid. Mr. McAfee, since you did raise that point, I heard a lot of things come from you that were related to equity. Is there anything else that you said or that you're thinking, like now that we've had a couple of minutes to step away and think about this, that you want to add to your comments about things that, because one of the things I found most salient that you said was that the charge here is to make recommendations, right? And so one of my goals today is to ask everyone to please be a little bit more expansive in the way that we think. Because last time we were together, we were just getting started kind of generating ideas, but we tended to think about what is, what is possible on a smaller scale, not what is possible larger scale. For example, one of the things that I noticed that didn't come up, and this is something that we've heard at various times, is that nobody talked about changes to policy and the importance of lobbying, when we also know that some of the barriers that have been brought up have been related to state statutes. We also know that some of the challenges that we have with implementing the exemptions that we have are also under state policy, and why there's other things about why we as a county are and other folks aren't. But those are issues. So if we think, well, this should change, and or even, well, the tax department needs to do this, well, why can't they do it? Is it the tax department? Is it Keith's team, or is it the statutes that they are following? Right. So those are things too. Like we think about issues that are hamstringing the process for making this more equitable. What might those things be? I just want folks to think as widely as we can, as you all start to think about actually making these recommendations. Because there's a possibility, and this is just an example, I'll stick with this lobbying thing. If there are enough recommendations or strong enough recommendations from the committee that require lobbyists, maybe that will generate more power behind creating that mechanism for this specific goal. So that's why I bring that up. And so I really appreciate how everyone was going for the things that are readily accessible, but rather than accessible, I'm also asking that folks think about what's possible.
And I think there are things on there that aren't allowable now that we would have to get some kind of buy-in, whether that be on the local or state level. I mean, I think we put something up about South Carolina. There's a second home or investment. So that's a change that North Carolina can't. Keith's team or Buncombe County in general can't make that kind of, right now, can't make that kind of judgment call. That's a state statute that I felt like there were a couple of them that
There were.
They can't be enacted now, but the recommendation is there, and whatever triggers need to be pulled in order to make that happen, we still wanted to put forth that recommendation. So. Yeah, tax short-term versus long-term rentals. That's not necessarily something that can be done now.
Homesteading. I don't know if that's up there, but might be.
So that's something else to add to our notes. Like this is kind of an opportunity to think, well, what are other things? Like at other times, Yeah, I'm thinking about kind of trying to remember the kind of the arc of where we've been since October, November, when we first convened, to now. There have been many things that folks have suggested, either in passing or that were like, yeah, that would be interesting, but like they get lost, right? And so I'm trying to encourage you all to think about what those things might be. So if Melanie just brought up homesteading, I remember at another session, and I totally have to admit that I don't remember who said this, but bringing up cats, such as in Florida, like that came from this group. Again, like the South Carolina example, that you know, caps based on age or any other factor, like that's something that didn't come out last time, but it's something that I know was generated at a certain point.
Yeah.
So
We also talked about a recommendation to increase the dollar amount for the tax exemptions. Right now, I think it's at 31,000, if I remember right. That is incredibly too low, and that needs to be dealt with.
other things that are on folks' mind, and I will get to the idea of equity questions. I do want to say that we really dug into number 4. So, okay, too soon. Sorry. But I will say that it is important to have that one there. And this is not a knock on anybody, but the robust conversation we had about the role of data, not just the data, whether who's right, who's wrong, whatever. To Ms. Bobette's point, what is the role of that data? And what do we hope to use from it to actually get further on our path to actual recommendations, right? And so that is something that is important. Ironically, I added today. Okay, so those are things that came up there. So again, I'm gonna I know this is difficult to see because we're not in as large of a room, but I want to think about the benefits and the burdens of what your current, does everybody have that sheet?
Yeah.
Okay, so can I?
Yes, where's your sheet? We wanted to confirm that those new proposed expanded vision items were okay with them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that, but I just, for the things that they wrote down. Okay, so if necessary, if you can't see this up here, you do have a sheet, but I'm not going to get into that because that's what Burnett and Christina are going to cover next. But just in case you need them to look at. So thinking, okay, so who will be benefited, who will be burdened? That's definitely important. But then I think that the way that this ties into your recommendations is number 3. What are the strategies that can mitigate any of these unintended consequences? And so the strategies are the recommendation, whether or not we think about unintended consequences, or what are the strategies that we can put into place to mitigate or eliminate the current process as it is, right? So like, not only are we thinking about recommendations as recommendations, but thinking about it as how do we get to an end goal, which is where Christina was taking us last week through the visioning process. You know, if you think about, okay, so what was the number 5 years from now, 10 years from now, some point in the future, and we met everything. What does that mean? What does that look like to each individual? What does that mean to the community? And how did we get there? How were we nimble? How were we creative? What did we do to get to that point? So we think about what the equity questions are. I also encourage folks to think about equity to whom, and not forget any of the portions here that are affected. So equity on an individual level, equity on a community level, or communities, multiple communities. So how does this impact Rachel? Okay, but how does this also impact the neighborhood that Rachel lives in, Rachel's neighbors, Rachel's whomever? Particularly if Rachel lives in one of our more rural areas, as we saw, Raids and St. Much, or if someone lives in the South Side, and we saw that exorbitant, increase. So what does that mean for those neighborhoods, for the health of those neighborhoods? Are they then, if more, so here's a way to think about it. If more dollars are flying out of those communities just to stay in houses, then there is less resource in the community to be able to make a community stronger or bring on additional things. So like when we think about the equity piece, it's really not just home by home, but community by community. And then what do we think about when we think about systems level equity, which I think is some of the things we were actually getting to in the conversation earlier. We were talking about, well, and I'm not trying to take us back down that path, but I'm saying that we talked about how do we get to different data. Sure, that's one. But then what are the systemic and systematic inequities that exist across a number of platforms, basically every system that we have that may be related to this and that we can form a strategy on. Ms. Bobette said she wasn't sure, what you say, you didn't know what commission we're in right now. Well, but because Ms. Bobette is also on the Reparations Commission, and maybe it's because there are two other individuals that are at that meeting too, so Brenda and I. But so I'm going to pull from that one too. So the 5 impact focus areas that we're looking at there are education, housing, economic development, health, and criminal justice. Okay, so when we think about how does any of this attach to that, so when we think about systems, what does that mean? What does that look like? What systems might we address, or what strategies might we put forward to suggest any types of inequities that exist in those current systems when we think about this? Because it's not just about whether or not folks are able to stay in their homes, and that is enough. I do not want to say that that's not. It is. It's enough. It's more than enough. But what impacts does that have on other systems? I'm not trying to broaden our scope. I'm not trying to do that at all. I understand our charge. But when we think about what impacts difficulties with individuals being able to stay in their homes because of financial reasons that are related to this, what are strategies that might be put forward that would affect those two? So, I'm just thinking if we can think, kind of a little further, a little bit more expansively about what equity could look like, because what I don't want to do today is do, the sage on the stage thing where I just kind of like talk at you. This is the exercise where I'm hoping we can think about there is an equity piece to literally everything. Every suggestion that may be made has an equity component here. And whether or not we choose to put those recommendations forward, it's inherent in everything. And so I want to make sure that we have these conversations. And so I'm focusing on what we talked about before, but everybody's going to have the time to kind of marinate on a little bit. And what are we doing today? And who will benefit? Who will burden? But maybe think beyond like who we have thought about. So let's see. So we talked about education, we talked about outreach. And so over here, and I hope this is okay, I'm not honing into the next thing. I'm just gonna run through really quickly. So under education outreach, so when we think about who's benefiting to people will be burdened. We talked about this last time, so I'm not trying to replicate what we did already. I do understand we did this already, but we're talking about, primarily the theme is expanding education and the reappraisal process, increasing the education, being clear and transparent. Okay, so if that's the recommendation, is there any other benefit or burden or any people that we're thinking about? Because today I'm really focused on 3, is how do you mitigate the unintended consequences? So last time we talked about who would benefit from doing this and who might be burdened, but are there any other people that are unintentionally burdened or inadvertently benefit? And who are those people? Like who are
disenfranchised to the point that they don't believe in any system. So we would definitely have to address that through education, through accountability.
It sounds like also one of the things that what I hear you saying is also maybe trust. Because if they're disenfranchised and they have been, and they don't, what I also think I heard you say correctly, Mr. Markey, is that they don't trust the process or government, then it sounds like there's some trust building and some repair.
Yeah, I don't think we can go forward with any recommendation if we're not able to put that part of our reality into the mix. So yeah, we have to talk about it.
You're absolutely right. So those are issues that are barriers to getting to recommendations of any sort that will actually be able to be received, right, by the community. And, you know, like the challenge here is that we're all here sitting in a room making these recommendations without necessarily always thinking about, well, how will this work? Can it work? And if it seems like this is sketchy, how can we get past that? Like what is the thing? So I'm hearing relationship building and trust building, particularly for disenfranchised individuals for whom this isn't going to, it's not even going to sink in. There's like, okay, it's just another thing.
Well, we're back to accountability. We're back to, if the community feels like the tax structure, whatever the system in place, is fair across the board. I don't think they're gonna be spending a lot of time trying to calculate their taxes for the upcoming year. Someone else is gonna do that calculation. And because there's integrity in the system, we don't have to spend so much time concerned about whether or not it is flawed or whether or not it's implemented fairly across the board.
So also that too. So let me also frame that in a different way, just kind of using some of the language that's in the resolution. So what we're saying here is that the process is fair, but the way that it's felt and people's perception, that's the equity piece, like, right? So it's like, the fairness is equal, everybody getting the same treatment. The process is the process. It's fair, right? Okay, but is that equity? Is that equitable? And I'm really kind of driving this in because this is not a way that we typically thinking about this concept. Like the concept in our minds, I think we all kind of get it, but putting a label on it, that's hard, right? And so this is a big shift, just in language, but I just want to use that word. So yes, like how do we, so if the system is being enacted in a way that's fair, but how is it impacting people? And what are those impacts? And can recommendations be made around those particular impacts? So yes, it is about the process. So we had 3 bullet points to the resolution, right? And so, interrogating the process, that's number 2, right? And so that's, and number 1, when we think about the framing, is that it's confusing, right? Which is why we've been together for so long trying to work through this thing. It's confusing to the general public. So even that, and I understand that this is where we were getting to in this education piece, that it is confusing. And so how do we get this information out in a way that's packaged in a way that is understandable and, to this practice, would be well received? So like, what are so when we think about, kind of drawing down these recommendations, how might that, right? Like, so I'm just trying to kind of get people to think about how to integrate these questions into what you all have already brought up, okay? So before I move on from education, anybody else have any thoughts on any of the things at this point? Okay, so then we talked about taxation, and we actually covered a lot of this when we talked about what are some of the things that require more of a systems change in the form of needing to have laws and policies changed through lobbying, et cetera, right? So this one is primary versus second home. That was in the South Carolina example. Taxing the Airbnbs as a business versus a single family home. Definitely had some conversation about that. And then also another one here is short-term versus long-term housing at different rates, right? So who might be negatively burdened by this? Who might be negatively burdened or burdened? No, negatively, that's a double negative. Who might be burdened by any of these? Would anybody be burdened?
Yeah, all the citizens of Buncombe County that's not getting their fair share taxation.
So that's what's
we're all being burdened by.
So we're being burdened by that right now, right? So if we made any changes to this, who is benefiting? And I would argue potentially the people that are not, getting, the opportunity that they would otherwise. But would anybody be burdened?
Yeah, the people that own the property that getting They weren't having to pay as much.
That's actually really important. So, okay, we could dismiss that, but astute Brenda over here is going to, no, really, because when we think about making these recommendations to the commission, we have to think about how everything will be received. Now, I'm trying to be pragmatic, but I'm also trying to be, like, I'm listening to this, I want to see real change, but just recognizing what some of the pushback could be in the minds of folks. So that's what I'm saying, like, that's an equity issue and it's not an equity issue, right? Like, this is like, how do we get to that point that we all want to get to? But you're right, there's some people going to feel it, and those individuals.
It is an equity issue. It's between the have and the have-nots. Okay? So, for example, if we use the Airbnb, and that rule, that law has changed, and now they're taxed as a business instead of a single family home, then yes, the owner of that Airbnb would be affected. I push back on the word burden.
Okay.
Okay? I don't see where burden comes in.
So let's do this. Could you add affected versus burdened? Like, so yes, I hear you, because that's a different,
It really is.
framing of that impact, right? So that, I think that's a really good to bring up.
One of the things to keep in mind, everybody with an Airbnb isn't a rich, affluent person. It could be me and Rachel got family who owns a house here. We're living in another house and we just use this for income. And so now it's a different scenario for us, right? Because we got our taxes on our home than the other home. So we can use both, but everybody's not a rich and affluent person that has an Airbnb.
And I think just to add on to that, because I am seeing a lot of people that, let's say, or no, I shouldn't say a lot. An example, it would be, let's say that a spouse loses another spouse and they've got an apartment in their basement and they say, oh, well, I'm able to short-term rent this out and have some income coming in because I've lost my husband or my wife or whatever that looks like. And so I do agree with you, Brenda, that, while by and large, the folks that have an Airbnb or a vacation rental, by and large, they will be affected or burdened or however we want to categorize that. I do think that there are some folks that, to your point,
but in general, what's happening is because we don't have that differentiation. We have like they built those condos down here off Market Street, and other than the 2 floors, the rest of them are Airbnb, and they are not being taxed.
And it might be multiple, one person or one entity might own multiple properties, right?
Correct.
So I was gonna suggest, and this is getting ahead of, could there be, is it called progressive? Where
Exactly.
they own 1 versus they own 10, maybe the rate goes up anyway.
Exactly.
No, that's right where we are. So, yes, absolutely. Like, any of these things that we think about, because yes, to Brenda's point, unfortunately, it might be, individuals who are really just trying to make ends meet.
Sure.
And this is something that they've seen work, as a model for others, perhaps some of the haves, and they're doing the same thing. And then this becomes like by a small margin, right? Rather than, like you said, the progressive, like they have 10 and they're not going to feel it the same way as the person just started out, they have 1. Okay, so that is something to think about too. Like, who feels it? And to that point, what I'm trying to be respectful. So what are, thinking about this, and we don't necessarily have to talk about it right now, people want to think about it more deeply, but what are the strategies that might mitigate any unintended consequences? So that's exactly, what I think I hear Melanie saying, and your example, like, maybe this is an option, right? Yeah.
Let's be clear, as we're talking about this, and we are still talking about a business. Airbnb is a business.
Right.
And we can have a sliding scale, we can come up with all of those reasonable solutions, but it is a business and it should be taxed as a business. And I think the longer we put unnecessary exceptions and unnecessary loopholes into anything we do, that's where the unintended bias comes in. And that's where you start people on the low end in Asheville, Buncombe County community cannot afford to buy a single family home. So I don't think they're gonna want me to sit here and be concerned about what people are able to have an Airbnb. That's a completely different set of problems. We're losing Asheville citizens out of Buncombe County because they cannot afford to buy a house in Asheville. That would be my more, I would prioritize that more than trying to be, and I want to be as fair with everybody. But businesses are taxed differently for a reason. There's more revenue. If you got an Airbnb business, then you should have more revenue coming in than if you have a single family home. So as Buncombe, as a member of Buncombe County, I feel that the county is losing money because they are not doing what they should do for the citizens of Buncombe County. We're too concerned about individuals.
That gets back to equity on a different scale.
That's right.
Now, is it the home owner, the business owner, the owner of the Airbnb? Is that where we place the largest concern? Or is it the community level? Or is it the systems level that's allowing this to happen, right? So like that is a really good example of where we look at equity across a number of different spheres. So then that budgetary consideration. So county budget thoughtfulness. And I think that, actually, I'm not going to put words in anyone's mouth. Does anybody want to explain just one more time what this meant?
Yes, so I wrote that, so Bobette and I, and I think somebody else were on the team together. So I think that budget thoughtfulness was really around the Buncombe County, potentially like looking where, taking a second look at where tax dollars and budgetary items are going in order to potentially maybe tighten the belt a little bit, or maybe look at pieces of the budget where maybe we're spending more money than we need to in certain places. So just thoughtfulness around that. That's all. The general, yeah.
Yeah, and then the fact that we're thinking about that if the county would put in their budget more so to help people that were not able to do the things that they need to do for their tax assessments. They didn't, or doing things for their property because of what the standards were. And that's what we're thinking about. If the county would get ahead of it, their thoughtfulness on setting aside money for ways that they could be able to help to stay in their homes or whatever.
That's a really good point. Can we add that to our new list? Because that I remember hearing this about. Yeah, I remember hearing that about kind of tightening belt, but I thought there might be something else. So like even that idea of well, maybe we can look at other ways to be able to assist our homeowners here that are, and maybe that's a shorter term recommendation while we're waiting for potentially change to come from a lobby. What can be done there? Perhaps then there's a line item, a fund, set aside here that's specifically for that, to making improvements on the home or being able to make payments. That's not just, I don't want to say just, that is outside of what we are already doing. So in property tax, been expanded by the county with additional personnel to assist homeowners with more appeal. So that's increased personnel for tax, and reappraisal ambassador or liaison to the community. And that was where we were at. So with any of these, who's burdened or negatively affected or impacted negatively? There's always somebody. There's always somebody. So tightening the belt. From where? What do you cut? So if it's tightening, that's one thing, but if it's expanding,
well,
we make something.
Well, I think my perspective is not necessarily like a cut to the budget, but maybe the thoughtfulness on where the property tax dollars go inside the budget,
So
not
that
necessarily.
allocation.
Here we go. That's
Okay.
allocation,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so with thoughtfulness, then we're thinking more about allocate, where does it go once we have the dollars? So not making like reduction, but
Correct.
just thinking about that. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So that really helps with when we think about burdens, and I think we all can see what the benefits potentially could be from there. With the tax office being expanded with personnel, anyone burdened? Are there any entities burdened by that?
The county gotta pay more out for, personnel.
He's got more people to manage.
More people to manage.
Folks to manage. Yep. Overhead costs with personnel. Those exist, but just because those exist, that's not necessarily reason to not pursue it, right? But I think it's important when we think about equity, typically these questions are, we think of it in a really straightforward manner, like who's burdened? Okay, yeah, the person who, is not able to do X thing to affect their quality of life in a positive way, right? But also strategically thinking with equity, just to know that there's always somebody that's burdened, and some of the burdens that exist might be outside of what we're thinking about. Not that worrying about the county is the priority. I'm just trying to raise this, so it's not like, poor county, dear employer. So I think that we kind of went through this. So then the reappraisal ambassador or the liaison, is anybody burdened by the reappraisal ambassador or liaison? And to ask this, I'm going to ask one question I just don't remember. Did we come down on whether or not the suggestion for this person was to be a volunteer or to be paid? They're paid.
I think it has to be paid. I think it has to be somebody with a high level knowledge of mass appraisal, and it can, only my opinion, has to be somebody that's super knowledgeable and can explain things on a layperson to a layperson where they understand what the appraisal process looks like, is my opinion.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that this one and this one are kind of the same, basically, right? So adding personnel, and one of those personnel people being particularly a community ambassador liaison, right? So that's the ones that we have in the budget here. And then taxpayer assistant. Okay, so the need for additional grant funding for taxpayers to be assisted. The county might look at a model where they fund through local nonprofits, housing repair programs specifically to assist elderly and disadvantaged residents, increasing the limits tax exemption, expanding rebate program to include low and moderate income. So I think there's a lot of benefits there. We definitely talked about it last time. Are there any people that are burdened? Anybody burdened by this? And if so, are there any strategies we need to think about on how to mitigate these unintentional burdens? Is anybody burdened here?
They're going to be burdened by not understanding the process. That's where the liaison comes in. They're going to be burdened by, that just simply feeling of hopelessness and despair. So I think when I talk to people in the community and we're talking about their property and whether or not they've been losing their homes disproportionately, most, if you listen, will eventually say, what's the point? What's the use? It's biased, it's unfair. Well, that's at the top.
And that's actually where we started, right? When we started talking about education, and what's the barrier there? It's trust. It's trust, it's accountability, it's historic hurt and harm that has been done, again, not to individuals, but to entire communities. So when we think about redressing harm done, rebuilding trust, it is with individuals. So maybe it was my grandparent that lost their property to urban renewal, or we think larger because it is bigger than just one person, right? Like, so it's the whole community that has been burdened, and all of the communities within Buncombe County that are burdened by that loss as well, right? So that really kind of doubles down on the need for what needs to happen to increase the trust that needs to happen here, what needs to happen with having more or increased accountability there, because I think that's going to be tied into what you all recommend too.
One other thing, and I don't know if this is possible, is there any way to identify homeowners that are borderline homeowners that are possibly in a position of losing their home? Is there any way to identify them other than getting the tax collector involved? I know the tax collector would know because they're not paying their taxes. But would there be some way to identify these people before it got to that point? And I don't know, I don't have an answer, I'm just kind of throwing it out there.
That's a good thing to throw out there, but
That's a great thing to throw out there.
I think that's an excellent thing to throw out there.
Because it's unfortunate that most people don't want you to know they're in trouble. Even though they're in trouble, they don't want you to know they're in trouble. And if there's a way to be able to identify them to say, we've got some help for you, here's some options, let's go ahead and talk about this. Because I've been here, this fall will be 30 years. A lot of the property that's changed over, you hear the Black community talk about, not being fully a Black community, which, I mean, change is going to happen. But a lot of that property was bought up because of tax. I mean, the elderly died, and then the children either don't live here or not interested in the property, and you get it for a song. I mean, you just get it for taxes. So if there's any kind of way to kind of help people, that would be great.
Like along that stage before it gets to be a serious problem.
That's anybody that's struggling. Yeah, that's anybody. So
I guess that's a suggestion, and that really does bring in a whole new group of people who could benefit. Right. So that I think is a great thing to think about while I think about recommendations. So this whole column was really, based on benefits and a really deep conversation that we had last time on how do we help the folks in our community that need this. And so what I wanted to walk through today was really just kind of regenerating some things, like after we've had, a couple weeks to think about this and having, kind of had some conversations on the side, with one another, with our communities, what else might have been generated, but also what connections can be made between the recommendations across these columns, right? So we saw how important this trust building, this is just where I'm going to put it, this trust building on the part of the county to our community is, and how many things that touches, like why we need trust building, like how might that be gained? That is not for this commission to figure out. But that is something that needs to be identified. That's a barrier to anything, right? So that's really helpful. Like thinking about, the additional program suggestion that just came up about like, well, how can we stop this before the train is, heading for the bridge is washed out. I'm very tired. So, I am just being honest. So before a tragedy happens there, because losing your home is a tragedy, right? And it's a tragedy to the individual and also to the community that they're in. So thinking about how, keeping these questions in mind, this was, again, like I said, not my opportunity to come up and read through this and kind of do the same thing that we've done before, but thinking creatively about what equity means. I encourage you even to find your own word in your own mind for it. Right, because it's such, I'm going to own this, and it's in my job title. It is, to many people, such a buzzword that it's a buzzword, right? What we're talking about is making sure that everyone in our community, no matter what their circumstances are or have been, or the oppressions that they have or do continue to experience, whatever puts people not on an even playing field, not being able to actively participate, whatever those barriers are, those are different for different people, and we're addressing that so that we can give everybody an equitable opportunity at this thriving sector of housing. So I'm 4 minutes over here, but I appreciate this, and I know this is hard. It's taxing. It's the afternoon. Oh my gosh. But I really appreciate everybody thinking creatively and collaboratively and allowing me to come back. one more time to have this conversation. I'm gonna get back to our wonderful facilitation team.
Thank you. And I'm gonna pass it to, before we break for dinner, which we will here in just a few minutes, we want to just settle on the firm the titles for our visioning components. I'm gonna turn it over to Burnett to talk us through that, and then we'll break for dinner.
So folks, where we left off, we've talked through these categories and these items. We felt in an effort to kind of expand upon the thoughts around each of these categories to really kind of elevate them a little bit, right? And on your desks is a piece of paper like this that has the matrix on it that represents all the items that you see up here. So before we move on, I just want to give anybody an opportunity to ask any questions about the naming conventions. Does anybody see them differently? Any objections to locking in on those descriptions? See some head shaking. Everybody good? Okay, awesome. Great, thank you guys for that. I think we have food. You do? All right.
Can I just ask, can I go back to something that we had talked about before? And I don't mean to harp on it, but I've been sitting here thinking about something that Debbie said about urban green and about Ori. I'm having some difficulty with the fact that I don't know. I wonder if your agenda of why you're on this committee. I know that the committee knew that you're part of Urban 3 and they accepted you for that. But I kind of like, Debbie may think I don't agree with her sometimes, but I do listen. I do listen.
They're not crazy, still up.
Yeah, and so I'm kind of confused with what your perspective of Urban 3 and what you're doing is different from what the county is doing. Then what is your outcome for wanting to be here? Because the variables are so different of what you've studied, and who do I trust? That's the thing too, because I see what the county is doing and I see what they're showing about the data and all of that, and I understand that. I understand yours, but if you're not in agreement and cannot move forward because you want the staff to understand what Urban 3, that's why I asked you, what do you want to get from this? Because it's kind of confusing to me as why you would want to serve on this if you think that what Urban 3 is doing is so different than what the county is doing. So it's like, how do we sit down and say, this is what we're going to work on for recommendations when yours is so different and how you feel? And sometimes I think like, I don't know what the agenda is and how you feel. And, Debbie was saying it's a conflict of interest. I don't know if I would say that strong, but it is creating something to me. And I can only speak for me. So I can't say it. But it does kind of give me a feeling of something different. That you're here, and I understand your opinion, and I understand your research, but you can't move forward unless the staff can understand. So I'm trying to understand, what do you want them to understand? Because the work that they do has been work that they've done for long periods of time. And then you come up with this, and I don't know how does that make sense?
I understand your question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You understand it good. Good. I didn't take my medicine. But I'm trying to understand. It's kind of taking me back, and maybe I'm gonna need some more explanation somewhere down the road. But when you come and the people that you work with from, it just seems like you don't like anything that. So if we sit down and start to make recommendations, I feel like if we don't see eye to eye with what Urban 3 says, that we're not gonna be able to move forward. But we're on a committee that we're supposed to work together to come with some recommendations that will go forward. So what is it that you want from us other than you didn't answer really, you just said you want the staff to know what you're doing. They know what you're doing. They know it, they've seen it and everything. So I'm just kind of, tell me, what do you want from being on this committee? Because I'm kind of
I think that's a absolutely fair and spot on question. And I will answer this personally for myself. Engaged in this work at the beginning of 2021. Pulled data from Buncombe County's assessment website, applied my lens background in this space, and observed patterns that to me pointed to a disparate financial burden on low-income communities in Buncombe County. That's what I saw. And we took this information to anybody we thought needed to be involved in this conversation as quickly as we could, and asked for them to vet, to soundboard this work off of. That included staff, that included our neighbors, that included county commissioners. And that asked a big question. What is it about what we're looking at? And is this a true reflection of the experience that homeowners have in Buncombe County? From there, the commission, among other decision factors, decided to create this body to dive into that further. So my one and only interest is to understand whether or not that disparity that we've observed is a true reflection of the experiences that homeowners have in Buncombe County. And what the county is putting forward suggests that there is complete uniformity and fairness in the assessed values. And I think the methods that they're using to make those assertions do not align with the standards of best practice. And so I cannot fully trust that information that I'm being given. And that's where I am. So my ask to staff, I've been very transparent in my specific concerns. This is not I'm catching them off guard. I've done this in the spirit of collaboration. I've asked for them to unpack this further for us. And I think this is a more conversation. And we did that to a certain degree today. Did that anywhere get you close to an answer?
So I'm gonna leave it with you because I'm ready to my dad.
Okay. All right.
But I'm gonna say this and think about it.
Okay.
Because you never answered the question. Why are you on this committee if you feel so strongly that what Buncombe County is doing is so different than what Urban 3 has researched, and what do you want from us? So don't answer.
Okay. Okay.
Can I just make one more comment before we do break? And that's this, because I do feel like that just in an effort of fairness, Ori's lodged some pretty significant accusations that Buncombe County is not aligning with the governing body for the appraisal department. And so I do think that for me, as one member of this committee, I do feel like that we do owe it to somebody in the assessment appraisal department to at least be able to speak to that. Because if somebody were saying that I was not up to standards in my job performance, I would want to be able to at least have my day in court, so to speak, and at least say, you know, I disagree, or maybe somebody from the county says they agree with Ori, and I'm going to make the admission that your model more closely aligns with the IOOC. Or they may say something that Ori's completely wrong, and this is why. But I think that we at least owe that to ourselves as a committee to be able to hear that, because for me, that's a big accusation for somebody to lodge. I would take exception to that if that accusation were lodged against me and my professionalism in what I
Okay,
do.
so take that away from the fact that you do what you do. Just say I'm just somebody that doesn't know anything about
Right.
what's going on.
Yep.
And you hear such a different variable. And then you hear someone to say, this is what I'm just saying, what I'm hearing is him saying that he's here because he wants the staff to see what the variables, so they're so different, what he has and what the county has. Not from whatever else you can see, the data and all of that. What would you think about who would you want to trust? Which variable would you trust? And that's where I am. This is what I'm expressing. This is where I am. I hear what he's saying. I've seen what he's saying. I've heard what the county is saying. But if it's so different, how are we going to come to some kind of meeting? Because you're going to go to your passion. You're going to go to your depth of what you believe. Now, I know that because I know how my passion is. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. But where do we go from here? Because we are a body of people that have to make, and we don't have that much time left.
Well, that's why I said there's a Y in the road at this point. For me.
We got to eat now.
And
Gotcha.
I mean, I would like to just a quick little thing, just since we're on this. And this is not personal at all because I think you're brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do find that it is a little bit of conflict of interest because the county doesn't have somebody sitting on this committee that is giving input. Tom Tibet didn't have somebody sitting on this committee. And then we were emailed this week recommendations by Urban 3, and that's creating a bias in this committee. It's not allowing us, as all of us are smart in this room. Everybody that's on this committee is really smart. We just have different skill sets, but it's actually creating a bias, which is in jeopardy of what we were tasked to do. And that's just my opinion. And I don't think I'm the only one that feels that way. So, it's not personal because you're brilliant, right? But Urban 3 is the one that started this. So we've got this task force and, we're supposed to individually hear the information and the data and then come up with some recommendations. So, I agree. I feel like
And I come back to our charge. This is an ad hoc committee. It is not a steering. It's not a steering.
So I'm gonna break. I'm gonna say one thing, and we're gonna go. So it's been a super productive conversation from my perspective. That's what's transpired over the course of the past 2.5 roughly hours, right? And if you guys think, I know, right? It's the longest 10 minutes I've ever seen. But here's how I would leave this with you guys for the next while you have some dinner to think about this. Over the course of the past 7 months, right, we've heard from various speakers in an effort to provide you all with information, right? That information you will leverage to bring recommendations forward. So what you've heard from Eric today, what you've heard from Ori today, that's all information that you guys can use on which you're going to build your recommendations. That make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Break time.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's first.
Yeah,
Well, that's first.
One of these guys.
20.
get that out of your way because we're gonna start really digging in. And
Thank you.
anybody else?
Garbage can, everybody needs it.
Okay, so I start to feel nauseous. All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and get started back. And on our, folks were asking me, what's next on the agenda? And it's really to get into those recommendations, but I don't want to move on to that point until I make sure that any questions or concerns or thoughts that you might have from the first half of our session today are resolved. Maybe not completely resolved, but if there's any lingering, nagging questions or thoughts or concerns that you all might have from that, let's go ahead and finalize that, and then we'll move on to recommendations. So I just want to.
I would just like to ask if I'm sorry, Devin, go ahead. Go ahead.
And Keith may, or whoever's still there, Eric may say, no, I don't care to, but I think we need to give them a chance. There was, and maybe accusations is not the word, but they were actually asked to rescind some of their comments and some of their issues, and I think they need to get a chance to talk.
Anybody see that differently? Anybody opposed to that?
If Keith wants to speak, I'd like to hear what he has to say.
I think the only thing I would say is let's put a stop on it at some, whether it's 5 minutes or whatever, because we don't want to keep everybody here for, so
We won't
maybe,
say 10 minutes.
yeah, let's say 5 minutes to,
How about 6 minutes?
Well, if 10 minutes was an hour and a half. You didn't tell me there was gonna involve math here. If it's 10 minutes is an hour and a half, what's 6?
I'd say 5 minutes. And
So it's 5:48. I'm looking at the clock up there. This 5:55. I'll call time.
I think that's fair.
So I'll comment on a couple things about the slide, but tell me where you guys want to go. And some of the questions that came up, some I kind of remember. And
What are the standards that, can I just ask that question? What are the?
Sales ratio?
Yeah, what are the standards that he says that y'all are interpreting differently?
So first, let me remind you this, that we've talked about this a few times, is that our office did earn the certificate of excellence from the IWO, and this was part of that sort of test. So without those proper procedures being in place, then that would have never happened. Yeah. So I don't think that it's that we don't follow policy or the best practices around the sales ratio. I think we're talking about two different things. So when you talk about sales chasing, I think that's kind of what I'm not putting words in your mouth. Please, you're welcome to say it doesn't go along. When you talk about sales chasing and sales ratio studies, it's different than what we do when we fix data. What happens in sales chasing is that I have an appraiser who sees a sale come through for $1 million. They say we only have $500,000 on it. They look at the data, they can't find anything that's wrong. So they go in and just put an arbitrary adjustment on it to make it $1 million. Simple as that. That's sales chasing. Because what we're trying to do is get our value to be what the sales price is. And we're going there by just doing an arbitrary adjustment. That does not happen. And I can tell you, if it happened in our office, people that work for me would tell you we would be talking about disciplinary actions, because it does not happen. And it should, if it is, that would be taken care of. Now,
I'm entirely agreeing with that.
So the practice in which Rory's talking about is us trying to correct the data first, and also have that partial truly represent what it's sold for. Okay, so in the North Carolina Department of Revenue Standards, they will tell you if that sale came through and the data's not correct, then you would have to disqualify it and not use it in the study. because the sales price does not represent what was sold. That's clearly what was in that. We go back to that. I think it's the first, yeah, here. So what I would be reporting to the Department of Revenue is a sales ratio of 58% on that parcel. But that 58% is only there because the data was bad. So the Department of Revenue doesn't want that. They're saying, like, if that's what you're going to tell us, we don't want that. You got to throw that out, because the only thing you're going to do is skew all the rest of the numbers. So if I left that in there and didn't fix it, what that does is tell me that the price that it's sold for, or the assessment that I have on it, is correct. And it is not. It is not correct. The value is not correct. The value is only correct for what was there, as stated, 4,000 square feet, not the 4,500. So we do it where it be a bathroom, where it be as minor as a bathroom, which is about $5,000 in value, or it could be $500,000 of value. Whichever it is, we fix the data. Wherever the value comes out, the value comes out. If it's close to the sales price, it's close. If it's not, it's not. And we do not chase the sale. We stop right there.
In effect, you're actually operating in the rears, right? So, I don't know if I can frame this the right way. When I see this, I think about the money that Buncombe County is losing, because we're working on a 4-year scale right now. So 3 years out, our numbers are going to be skewed no matter what, right? So this is revenue to me that Buncombe County is losing.
Yes.
What's the scenario that would allow for Buncombe County to not have such a disparity in the assessed value, the money that they're collecting?
So, let's break that down a little bit before I go there, but I want to say one more thing about the number.
Okay.
There's one thing that Lori and I do agree on, and we agreed on it in our last meeting, is that could the 58% represent parcels that have not sold? That's the quality of the data across the board. Why can't you say every one of them is 58%?
No, you would.
Okay, but the 60% that we changed in the sales transactions does say there's 60% of those that were incorrectly listed as far as characteristics, whether it be a plus or a minus or $500,000 or $500. Something we fixed. Okay, so he is that is correct. He and I agree with that. Is that it could be telling us that there are data out there in these houses that needs to be correct. Okay, now how do we fix that? First thing I say is that we go to lots of steps to make sure we got the footprint of these properties correct, because we have abilities to do it. When we do flyovers, we do a process called Change Finder. Change Finder electronically tells us if that footprint no longer matches what we have in our system. We'll know that if you add an addition onto your house, we appraise it, fix it. I can't see in that house, your house, or nobody else's house. You have to know what you've done on the interior. I have no way of doing that. The only way you can do that is some campaign with the owners in this county who wants to step up and do the right thing. Now, I shared earlier today with Sybil, I rolled up last year, maybe year before last, we mailed, as a sample pilot, we mailed 15,000 postcards to random owners and told them in that postcard, we need your help. Go verify the data on your property. Tell us if it's correct. Tell us your square footage is correct. Do we have the right bathrooms? Do we have the right basement? And all you got to do is go online and tell us what it is, hit submit, it comes directly to us, and we fix it. Okay? 500 of the 15,000 responded. Okay. Now, so it wasn't an overwhelming response, but it was a response. Okay. So I think to kind of wrap this up, because I see Christina walking, is that what I think the committee is tasked with, to answer Lori's question and to do Can we make it better? We'll always make it better. Is that how do we find what's in that home that has to be reported to us? The statute says it is the owner's responsibility to report it. They are legally supposed to do it. They can be fined for not doing it. Okay. So quickly, and because you mentioned it earlier, I could have went back and got the value that escaped taxation on this house right here.
How many years back?
I can go back in some situations as many as 10.
Wow.
I can go back 3, okay, or I can go back 6. You know, there's difference as much as 60% penalty on the owner for not reporting it. But now, listen to this. Here's the problem. That house is sold. Somebody now lives in it. Somebody now owns it. I'm just now finding it out. When I do the discovery on that for 10 years and 60% penalty, the new owner gets the bill, not the prior.
That's not fair.
That's wrong.
So it goes with the dirt. Okay, tax bills follow the dirt. They do not follow owners. So, but there is some things in place. Now, if I knew it beforehand, we can do it before the sales transaction ever happens.
Well, this is what Jonathan was alluding to earlier. There's no initiative, there's no advantage for the homeowners to say, I just updated my kitchen, can you please charge me more taxes? Why would they do that?
We will, I'll give you that penalty.
Oh, yeah.
Unless there's a penalty in place to compel them to do it, why would they ever do it?
But you know what people have told me before? I'll take the chance.
Yeah.
I'd rather not tell you, and I'll take the chance that you'll never find out. Wow. Okay. But that's just the mindset of some of our residents. Not everybody's that way, but you do have some that are that way. So I want to make sure, as far as the ratio study, what I say makes sense, and you see where Ori's at, where I'm at, why I'm reporting what I'm reporting, why he's reporting what he's reporting, and why it's different. Did I help anything, or does it make it more?
Well, and maybe you answered this and I didn't hear it. Did you talk about what the actual international standards are and why? I mean, is it that the international standards should try to prevent this sales chasing?
Yeah.
And so that's just a difference in interpretation between the county and between Urban 3?
My suspect is yes. Okay, and you know, Ori and I can together read that sometime to make sure where we're seeing the differences. But it's to prevent sales chasing. Anybody in this business, Department of Revenue, IAAO, anybody's going to tell you, don't do it. Okay, because once you do it, you now destroy the integrity of your data. And moving forward, when we do analysis on the data, we have no idea now what's going on because we have skewed all the numbers by chasing sales. And that's why I tell our staff, don't do it. I can't tell what's going on in the system and what's going on in the market unless I know the real numbers. But see, what I'm saying to you is I'm reporting is the real number, because when I have a 4,500 square foot house that's sold for $1.9 million, then I need to assess it at a 4,500 square foot house at the $1.7 million, which it did assess that. And Lori said that, but if the data's good, the methodology works, and we've proved that. So he has a point. It's a valid point. But I
think what's getting to me is that 60% of those sales are
not good.
You're finding out that the data wasn't good, and so that concerns me. I don't think that that's an assessment problem. I think that it's just a data problem, and I don't know how to. I just wrote down how to fix that, but I think that both of your graphs are correct. I mean, in that his is based on real data, yours is based on real data. It's just an interpretation of what you should be using.
The ratio is telling him something. Mine's telling me something.
Right.
We can use ratios to tell us lots of different things.
Yeah, I mean,
sales ratio don't have to be just clearly a narrow focus. It can tell us a lot of different things when we're using it.
Yeah, I think that they tell you, the 60% is just a sticking point for me, that there's something there that's not exactly right. I
would bet that you could poll any assessor, and if they're monitoring it, they're gonna tell you the same thing. Because even if I fixed everything in this county exactly the way it should be today, Well, tomorrow starts a new day.
Yeah.
And now it starts all over again. All these people that are making changes, not telling you anything, will continue to go down that road and you're right back in the same place. So I think the challenge of this committee is that how do you overcome that? What recommendations can you make to fix it? Because Ori and I are in agreement that if that was fixed, the process would be totally different from his view and my view. I think that's all he's saying. So I can't fix it though. We do what we know and we do what we can find. But again, if I come and knocking on your door and say, hey, I want to go through your house, you're probably gonna slam the door in my face.
No, and we know there's too much bias in that, so let's not do that.
So, but my point is that nobody has to let me in. There's no law that says you have to let me in, but the law does say you as the owner should be reported.
I think as sophisticated as these modeling systems are that you use, why not put a system, some kind of modeling system in place that in real time checks the new listings on MLS, even if you do it every day, new listings on the MLS in Buncombe County versus what the reported square footage and And I mean, there were 25 houses hit the market in Buncombe County.
Yep.
Why can't we? I mean,
well, to your point is that we have even done the reverse of it. Is that before we go into reappraisal, we've even looked at every listing that's in the system, not sold.
Right.
Every listing that's in the system. And that way we get all of it. We don't just wait. Well, now, there's not many in the system that's not selling, so it's not a big deal. It's eventually going to flip. So
you got two of them standing up now.
I got two of them.
Thank you.
So I hope that helps some.
I think it helps in a lot of ways, and I mean, also I'm sensing that there's not as much a gulf between the two of you as maybe was indicated earlier. I think there is a gulf, but it's not. But maybe I'm
only because we're looking at two different things.
Yeah.
He's looking at one thing, using a number. I'm using another number from what I do. So it's not necessarily he's wrong or I'm wrong. We're just looking at it differently. He's telling you a story and I'm telling you a story. Just consider both of the stories because they both have meaning in the recommendations that you're going to make.
And with that,
Thanks, Keith.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Keith.
I'm over my.
Before we move into.
We are going to move in. I'm not sure where we're moving right now. So in this next phase, this is where you guys are going to start the process of developing recommendations. So, with that being said, what we want you to do is, focus question here is what innovative, actionable, and strategic recommendations will move us toward our vision. Yeah. So ultimately, this is what you want to have in mind as you start thinking through your recommendations. So on each table, there are a couple piles of the white pieces of paper. We are going to take the next 5 minutes for you guys to just start writing furiously your ideas and thoughts around specific recommendations, actionable items based on this particular question. Questions? Jonathan, you look like you're.
Well, no, I thought that's what that.
Just thinking.
Let me just clarify just a few points as you're moving towards your recommendations. There were a lot of actions that you all created over here that you will likely bring over. But this is an opportunity to really massage those and hone in on exactly what, because really what you did last time is you created this high level vision. Now some of those actions contributed towards that creation. But there may be more that were generated tonight. And, you know, a champion chess player, for instance, can think 7 plays down the chessboard as they're playing against their opponent. Be thinking that downboard thinking, be thinking so this action could cause this effect, and that effect needs to be addressed with this action. So kind of be thinking down the board with that. Be thinking a couple generations down past when we're gone. Be thinking a couple generations ahead. Also, catalytic actions where, say, you're bowling, you're using 1 ball to knock down 10 pins. Are there strategies that will address several of the issues that we want to address? So, you know, several of these areas, these vision areas, what are those cross ties between those? And always be thinking with our equity lens or making our recommendations. So those are the final thoughts I'll give you as we move into making those recommendations. So just brainstorm away, nothing, you know, just put down everything you can think of on your paper. Do that individually at first, and then we'll do the groupings as we did last time we met. But go ahead and take, what do you say?
About at 6:15.
Yep. We'll come back. We'll draw you guys back in.
Promptly at 6:15.
I think we just got pens. Well, they got markers.
Yeah, just brainstorm with a pen and paper right now. We won't do that just yet.
Okay, got it.
Just make a list. Make a list of recommendations that you have.
We'll already brain out. Think a lot.
Think about this. Think about it.
Each one I got out of school. When I got out of college, I taught school for 5 years, but then I got into real estate and then real estate for 20 years. So
it looks like folks are kind of slowing down with their writing of their brainstorming. So I want you to turn to your table. The four of you share with each other at your table your ideas. I want everybody to have the opportunity to share what they've written down with each other. And we'll take the next 15 minutes for you to do that.
I just put this out.
Go.
Go.
Okay. I don't think for example, if somebody just had one of these.
Yeah, I think it's my mind. Have to start. Yeah.
Assessed as is, as it currently is.
Tradesmen, juices.
2 to 5 hires.
Absolutely. The electrician that comes works in my house, he's like,
How does
and I'm like, and people ask you that, and I'm like, well, yeah, full permit, but the price is totally different.
I think
Or not. Total. Because, so maybe part of it is like street lighting permit, so that people feel more comfortable.
Well,
You know, if it's gonna take them a week to pull a permit, or they can get the electricity working tomorrow because.
it's like, yeah, people don't do it. Oh, it's that, yeah. I mean, and a lot of it, like, is like, you have to self-report, and so how do you know what I mean? Like, people don't self-report, that they pull.
I can say it like this, but. I don't got guys out doing inspections all day. That's what they do. They go in. So if they drive by, they don't see a job lot.
Yeah, so I was just curious, like, what kind of
Then they need to be reporting.
say about.
If somebody's, you know, if they're in full say they're inspecting a totally separate property, but they go down that street.
Yeah.
There's a way. It's a lot of Airbnb in Buckingham County.
They want to know what's going on, right? Yeah. So maybe just ramped up enforcement.
That's
Right. Tax assessment is gonna be generated. Yearly basis. It's gonna change every 4 years, but that assessment is maybe inflation.
So it's.
Yeah, that's why it takes a week.
First of all, if it was you presenting, they really don't have a, one thing we know is a word of mouth.
You notice.
Where I live in Charlotte, it's the city. They're supposed to have an Airbnb. But if we don't tell, you can have an Airbnb, you don't know.
Yeah.
I have a very good friend that has a program
For years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Twitter, they're not supposed to do that, so, but you would have to have,
So-
you have to have a way
Here's what you need
to capture that. And I
You
don't
know, for,
how would you be able to tell? Because my daughter comes here and she used to Airbnb. They get a lot of things. Yeah, you go online, Caroline. Yeah, and you still can look.
you need a permit to share.
Right.
Oh, but I gotta get over here.
Yeah.
If you did,
But I mean,
why does he say no?
Cause he doesn't wanna get pulled.
We haven't done anything.
Don't give me my car.
I'm not gonna give him a card, I'm gonna ask him.
You say don't give him your car, yeah.
Pay
don't give-
income
Wait a minute,
taxes
that's
on
what we gotta do.
or as a business. See, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And cause they make good.
Well,
money. They go to Airbnb.
Well,
So the amount of money that they can make is
So there's a guy.
whatever person is running and owning it. Someone could be making a lot of,
Or essentially like computer modeling.
what I'm basically saying though, as a salesman,
And so let's say you have a
tax
house
that
fire
money
house
coming in and putting
and
it into a
you have a
general
hot tub that was unpermitted,
someone else down the road.
like
But
they
how you
did
gonna
electrical to the house.
And
He works for the insurance company and all he does is go check.
But see, you have to do that first.
They're gonna
Yeah,
deny
they're
the whole thing,
thinking-
and that's, they got.
Okay.
Insurance company.
You would know this better than me. I think that's if a house-
I think it's really good.
Yeah.
He's saying that in order to get the same.
Then that fire would sell it.
Obviously.
I thought I heard that at one of our previous meetings. I don't know that that's, I don't know. But I said we don't limit ourselves right now.
Well,
What do you have?
so North Carolina.
Oh, I put down, the difference between,
You're not
like,
supposed to go.
Jonathan was saying about
People
South
still
Carolina,
do, but they shouldn't.
first home.
But I've seen people get retroactive permits, which they go into the wall and.
He's on me right now.
Right.
You're the one, you're the one that knew about
I'm
that.
sorry, I thought.
No, Jonathan's too, but I've got a South Carolina license because I had a lake house down there.
Okay.
But literally, so South Carolina, the way they do it, it's your private, you tax rate.
If I knew,
The way they document that is that you have to send out paperwork, and your license has to have that address on it. That's how they do it, and then obviously if you don't turn that paperwork.
Me too.
in,
And I would say, hey, did you get a permit?
I mean, it's substantial.
Yeah, it's all just space.
Like on a, let's say,
Well, it's so.
You're doing rewiring.
Yeah, if you're moving.
If you're just moving
as primary, it could be
Unless you're involved in electrical, but let's say you're doing a one-to-one conversion, everything's staying in the exact same place. The cabinet, you're pulling the old cabinets out, the new cabinets in, but plumbing's staying.
I have really mixed feelings about it because I know because property values have gone up here and income levels are so far, it's hard for working people. I know a lot of people that I've sold houses to.
Doing cam lights.
They're doing it to try, right, they're doing it to
Well,
make.
there's a,
You know, like-
there's a chart on there that tells you.
I mean, I don't have enough fingers to tell you the people that I know that have done that, whether they, like in the city of Asheville,
That involves this, you don't, and I mean, it literally tells you.
is, so if you live in the
Oh,
city,
yeah, okay.
you can, as long as you live at the house, you can rent out some rooms, but it can't have a kitchen. You can have a kitchenette, but it can't have a kitchen.
They talk.
I've got a client that has one right down on, Cleveland. And, you know, she does it to make it, right? Because like she does get income. It should just be nice to have
She lives there.
She lives there, but she also Airbnbs it, and she does really good on it. So exactly. And so because values have gone up, it's hard for people to live there. If you're, I mean, trust me, I knew I was a school teacher. You know what I mean? The last year I taught school, I paid $23,000 and I've got a master's degree, right? Like, so those are the people. Well, that was 20 years ago, but still, I would probably be making, I probably wouldn't even be making 40,000 with a master's degree as a teacher. So, you know, a lot of that population has to make it.
Okay, wait a second. Right, exactly, no matter what the homeowner wants,
So I get conflicted because, you know, yes, you do have people that are entrepreneurs and they buy investment properties for whatever reason, but you also have this segment of the population that is just trying to make it, trying to stay here, you know.
First, expand,
And they're trying to supplement.
expand
Really
accessible taxpayer assistance. To sort of piggyback on another one of these is, we talked about maybe taxing, short-term rentals at a different rate. I think that we should dedicate a certain percentage, and it's a hard number that, just like the hotel tax that goes to, there's, goes to the tourism. There needs to be a hard number. We're gonna use part of this money to fund the accessibility. Instead of having, cut off $30,000 that you make a year.
They want to see where they can see the mountains and all that stuff.
New revenues from these areas. But it has to be, and for me, it has to just touch that the money, and I keep pointing up there because the tourism board is right over it. But
I have another problem.
But there's a hard number there that 70% goes in.
So she has a house.
So I think that has to be.
Yeah. Well, her father had another house. She kept that house.
Hotel tax,
And
as it sits on,
her son stays there now by himself.
80% has
She
to
has to
go
pay taxes on both of them. It's killing her.
So if we go with the South Carolina thing, she would be taxed.
All of it has to
That would be her second house, and it's not a primary,
Right.
it's in her name, and her taxes
So
are
that, I think
triple.
there needs to
If
be
you
a
go with the South Carolina model, and so
situation.
that's another
Maybe
perfect
not.
example of
Right.
it.
I wouldn't say
I mean,
100%.
equity, right? So, yeah, if we're gonna get some revenue, but then you're saying people like, okay, so she got to inherit a house.
Do
God
realize.
love her, right? That she was able to
She
do
picked it
that.
up. She didn't want to sell it. And her son's over there, and I'm quite sure he doesn't. He works, but I don't think he pays what she would probably get if she rented out. And she keeps the house, but she's supposed to take care of 2 acres. And so she keeps it. And she's like, 73.
So one of the things that I wrote down that I feel very strongly about this, I feel like our elderly exemptions, I feel like all of that stuff is way too low. I think the disability elderly exemptions, I think they're just incredibly too low. Because, that's the segment of the population that they get fixed, right? And when you have inflation, they're struggling to, so I think that's actually, other than education around this whole process, I really like looking at those exemptions, elderly, the disabled, looking at a homestead, kind of like Florida.
I mean, everything,
Like
everybody tries to,
right? Who has
to
a
stay by with
houses.
as little. I mean, that's just
Probably on a fixed.
human nature.
And she's,
I mean,
she's trying for
Got
her
5
then
more
son
minutes.
to
Make
be
sure
able to
everybody
live
gets to
there.
share their
She's trying to
ideas.
help him do better in life, right?
She's trying to help him.
Exactly. And so, in my opinion, it could really paralyze that segment of the population more so than people that are wealthy that can buy multiples, and then are we really, I don't know, I really struggle with that. I really struggle with that.
Investors that are coming in, and they're coming into my community. They've got to know what the plan is. What I'm saying, they hear me. My family has 4 acres of land. They sold it. And the man,
Jeremiah
they sold it to start asking.
Others, and this sort of goes along with that. I put hard metrics in place to hire additional staff, data collectors, and
Then you
when I say hard metrics, meaning
ugly homes, that's what they say. And they'll pay you cash out.
percentage.
Nothing. Fix them up.
I feel like there's some exceptions in place.
They're building, they're building more and more houses in what's every year, and if we keep the staff away.
Right, and they're just trying
Staff
to
that was there, I will never be able to.
Okay, so the developer comes in, you can't sell properties, right? I mean, okay, and they're selling them for X. But if we have those exemptions in place, and we have like.
I can't give you 3, but I can give you. Hard metrics to increase staff.
If there's something put in place like that, then it allows her to stay. When they sell it the $400,000 or whatever, okay, now you get taxed at that rate.
right? Unless you qualify for.
Well, the home
Some of those as well, like they come
in there.
Yeah, it's
To fund and short term, and see, I can't give another 3-word answer.
I don't think that's the
That's true.
or assistance program.
That hasn't happened.
Yeah, you didn't share it.
No, I think you had, the stuff I had, y'all had. I don't know why we wasn't in the same.
The other thing that, like, on the education, I think, like, the county needs more staff. Office, and I also think there should be a I really feel like that there should be somebody, and they should be well educated. I think they should go into the community. And that's how you build trust, right? And that's how you build trust, is this person's function, their job is this. And that way they feel comfortable when they go into the community, the community members see what they do, what their title is. And can be helpful in the process if they don't understand something. And maybe they have thought, maybe they don't know that they qualify. Maybe that person's position is that to help.
They live in
And this understanding is what we kept hearing from council members. My taxes are too high, my taxes are too high, right? It's really not the case. It's the county commissioners that set the rules, right? So
they say they get, they knew, they found out. And so, that was rough movie to watch. It was rough, yeah. Very good. Jason Brooks. And he was the owner, the attorney general.
No, you're right. If everyone's team have partners, that's in perfect.
All right, so that's, you are,
Okay, good. I was getting ready to say.
I read that. So let me get
Where
yours.
they are to include social media, faith-based, nonprofit.
Or you can.
I understand.
Faith and nonprofit organization.
And the benefit of doing some work.
Under that community engagement
But
piece.
that also creates, very creative process. So if you are a homeowner, you want a substantial upgrade on your property. We have to have a way.
What I've got is, yeah, is like ramp up
Reasonable
leasing.
time, I'm not gonna say real time, but how about a reasonable time? So if you upgrade your, you add an addition on your property.
People are listening.
Give them a year's time to get that information to the assessor. And then if not, we need to start finding and charging them.
So the biggest thing is people do come home to see.
I don't want that in my house.
When they finish basements is the biggest thing that I see as a realtor. They finish
We're
unfinished
trying.
basements. They
So
don't
let me
permit
get
it.
your attention for
And they
1
keep
minute,
it. Oh.
because we're 30 minutes to the end of this.
Oh.
So what I want you to do is, take the ideas that you've shared with each other. You all as a team select the ones that you want to put forward. Right, get the cards that are in front of you and the markers, and write big, 3 to 5 words and 1 idea per card. So if you all would begin to work in a group, and this group's already started, maybe they're finished, but go ahead and write your ideas that you all want to send forward for recommendations, and I'll give you all another 5 minutes to get that accomplished.
Go ahead. You go right, you're right.
Yes, okay. So,
I'll probably just bring you the stuff.
Do we come to, I know we talked about the consideration of taxation on Airbnbs as a business. Did we still want to, do we want to leave that off the table?
Yeah, I mean, she was the fact they made it early, you know, those graphs usually keep them pretty hot. I've got
Airbnb as a business for taxation.
where I was pouring it out, nobody drank it, and I was like, it's all steaming.
Yeah, we can. I just, I'm very torn because I know situations of people. No, I do.
But you know what though? The thing about that is, the process for your reappraisal should be the same appeal process you can do in taxation on your business for
The fact that we
So that means if you have an Airbnb, you go to an Airbnb, you should be able to go, if they raise your taxes and make it a business, you should be able to go in and read and appeal it.
no big deal. I was just increasing the cost. Figured out, I mean, that's what business people do. So, but people have gotten away. I actually want to change.
That's where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's, I'm going back to the equity lens. I'm going, the burden, while it's a revenue stream, but are you really burdening people that are really trying to stay in this county that can afford it? And you know, people, that's where I go.
So I think that, yeah, progressively, but it would be if you were taxed so high as a business for Airbnb, and you look at what your income is, how you're surviving, you would go back through the process, just like you would for reappraisal. Right?
It can't be really, if you think about it, you can't do that on revenue, because if you think about revenue, right? So say you get $200 a night, so for a year you get 50,000, let's say. That's not the real number. That's not your net operating. That's not your net operating.
Separate, like I got friends that have.
You back out expenses. You back. I mean, I don't know. I struggle with that.
That's still somebody.
That's why I think it's because if you're
I'm watching Talented for recent
it's not.
But have a show that I watch.
That we should not be splitting anybody. But if they would generate our income,
and basically, remember the guy that
why
played
don't we do sales tax?
Kind of like hotels do, like the
So it would
hotels
be up
do,
to,
like,
it would be up to
and all of that money for hotels. That's what the
you know
county
something
does.
well. And there's a guy who's an Indian,
Does not go back and
so, but he loves business and finance. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah, because revenue stream is very different than what your net operating income is. As like, I mean, let's go with your friend, or no, she's letting a family member live there, but by the time you back out expenses, right? Home repairs, you back all that stuff out. You know, I mean, you might be down to 30, right?
Would that be a change in your
Like you can't read your mind. You talk. No.
Well, I don't know. Each department.
Okay, so we're gonna do it then. We're over our skis.
We'll work it out.
Find serial killers.
I feel like
Education for sure. Education on the tax assessment process, and I think liaison, I think the museum and us specified liaison.
I said that just designed to function in the community for assistance.
LIASON.
Tools they use. She went over there.
Not another. LIASON.
And they
On the education piece too, I think they're like,
didn't make
social media, like just more education about the process. Hard copy stuff, digital stuff, just a total revamp.
I really think what I
Then
see.
you see this guy. You know, they're just trying to get.
That's a lot of resources.
I can't wait for the next season. I have to watch this. It has to be first thing in the morning.
One thing to say we need to provide.
Yeah,
before they, it's not being utilized.
Because it's not reaching all the people. See, but you have to realize every neighborhood does not have a library. It's that far for a library.
You know what? You know what? That's what makes me crazy.
Think like
That's why we're opposed.
You're a handmaid.
Right, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, so I would definitely put reassess the limits on the tax exemptions, elderly, disabled, all of that needs to go up for sure. Definitely.
I said that too.
I mean, it's
Seniors, limited income, raise the financial guidelines. That's what I said.
reassess limits.
Are we ready?
So the
Are we ready, guys?
85-year-old senior
What was that?
has been in their home for 45 years.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
See?
Jonathan, how you get all these amenities?
25-year-old.
I brought Brenda her coffee.
Am I wrong?
No, we did that on purpose because everybody was hating on me when she brought me a sandwich earlier. And so I did bring Brenda a cup of coffee. I prepared her cup of coffee. Can I get you a cup of coffee?
Thank you. I'm good.
So what else we got?
Oh, the upgrades. We need to make home insurance.
Develop a process to correct.
They're right.
So that's
When you put an addition on, you're supposed to get a permit. You know that. If you don't tell them, it's penalized.
You can get penalized, but they don't do it.
And it's not even. Right. Above 30,000, you have to have a license. Below 30,000.
So, and it's something job time, it'll be piece.
I don't get served. We'll buy you.
Yeah, no, okay.
We all go up to celebrate customers and we'll buy you.
Okay, perfect. Done. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You just said the right words.
What upgrade do I have to report? and What upgrade don't I have to report?
Because I could not, I mean, you see this, right? I mean,
I can't.
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You're
Let Dwayne know that.
Dwayne, you can do it.
He likes to talk.
He likes to talk.
I just thought we had a vote.
No.
This is a Democratic thing right here. You speak so well.
I know, I took public speaking.
Oh, I did.
That's fine.
You're a liaison. You're a
Me
liaison.
didn't do that. See, that will be up there. I'm gonna embarrass this table like.
All right.
All right, I think that you have some really good ideas. I mean, you did.
Come on, Dwayne.
And the equity wins.
All right. Which table wants to go first?
Jonathan.
Jonathan, come up to the
I get it over with.
and report out your idea, your table
Okay.
idea.
So, so our first thing was hard metrics to increase staff, and we were really talking about increased staff at in the appraisal department. If there's more tasks to be handled, and we're talking about hiring a liaison or an ambassador. So, and when we say hard metrics, meaning how many staff that we would add on an ongoing basis, because there will be more staff that is needed because there is a ton of building going on now. And so we just feel like hard metrics as it relates to increased staff. Do I need to put these up here somewhere?
Just
Stick it out there.
Look at that. It is. And this all relates to outreach. And so, because we do feel like that ramped up outreach is going to help people understand the process and, as Dwayne said, sort of foster more community buy-in if people do understand the process rather than distrust the process. And so we feel like that outreach via social media, faith-based organizations, and nonprofit organizations can really truly start to turn that tide. And so meet people where they are. Brenda talked about on Twitter, for example, she kept getting things about the reappraisal process. And so we think that continued efforts and ramped up efforts around that, it will be instrumental. So as part of some of our actions, we talked about short-term rentals being taxed potentially at higher rates because we perceive that as a business. And so the new revenue, new STR revenue to fund homeowner assistance. And so as far as I'm concerned, I think there should be a percentage of that new revenue that comes in from STRs that is completely dedicated to the homeowner assistance program that we talked about ramping up from just low income to low and moderate income folks around Buncombe County. So use the new STR revenue to help with homeowners assistance.
Just so I'm clear, in my mind, those are kind of two, right? So it's like create like a policy for short-term rentals and use that additional revenue to
fund
create a program for, yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so that could be two separate things.
Does
Yep.
that go under?
Oh, I was
No,
just
don't worry
putting it
about it.
wherever.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was just going down the list. But I can put it in places.
You're doing.
Okay.
Don't complain now. He volunteered, he volunteered.
So ramped up enforcement of the permits and permitting process. And so, if one of our main issues, it sounds like, is folks that are doing improvements to their house or whatever, and it's not being reported, then it probably behooves the whole community to have ramped up enforcement of permits. And then more frequent reassessments, and so maybe every 2 to 3 years rather than 4 years.
That's already, because they can sign release. Like, they didn't say it.
All right, next table. Share.
That is you.
See, I turned my head because I knew what he's gonna say.
Right.
You know you like.
I know, put anything on
Not really. So actually, as I listened to Jonathan, I think we're kind of all on the same pages. We started out with hire a liaison to improve, provide education in the system. Because I really just think that.
What in the world?
No, I got a bad back, so.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was
That's medication.
It's on the outside. Sorry.
It was on your shirt.
It should have been stuck to my back, but.
I'm sorry.
I just didn't want somebody to think we had toilet paper.
Dwayne, I'm not on there.
Not today.
Reassess limits on exemptions. And again, I really do think we're kind of along the same pages when we come to this. Provide homestead exemptions. I've talked about that before. We understand what that is. One of the things that I noticed that as we were talking and we were trying to figure out what we could do to help one segment, we also had to be cognizant of who do we also burden. And that became a little tricky for us as we tried to go through the process. Fix one problem, then you literally can create a problem or a situation for someone else. Unintentional, but still a problem. Support lobbying efforts to increase revenue streams. Develop a process to correct 60% of properties with incorrect attributes. You gotta get that one? Yeah, attributes. Maybe that's what it is. And
Real quick, sorry, you're up.
Yeah.
The support lobbying efforts to increase revenue streams. Write that down for me.
so increasing. See what we were talking about when it came to this. So,
Was my, I mean.
yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that there opportunities for additional revenue streams. For example, from the Airbnbs, you know, or from hotel taxes or other things that could increase the county's budget or increase the county's income that would then reduce the burden on homeowners.
There was something we talked about where we didn't know if we had the authority to increase it or not, but it would be a statutory issue.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Treat Airbnbs as business and progressively. So we thought the progressively was important because all Airbnbs are not equal. So we thought maybe we shouldn't tax them all equally. Get some kind of progression in there. You guys are shaking your head. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Questions? So, anybody? Go ahead.
Okay, all right. All right, so I think you guys remember the last time we met, we went through the process of trying to create categories similar to what we did, see them up here. Based on what we see here, do you all feel, or do we have any similarities? Maybe there's some redundancy. We went through these, right? Do we see any ones that maybe have some similarities?
Well, I mean, so reassess limits on exemptions and then the new STR revenue to fund homeowner assistance. Those would go hand in hand.
Yes, yep, I can see that. Anybody say it differently?
Nope.
Okay.
And I think the hard metrics to increase staff and hire liaison to provide education on the process.
Yep. Around adding some head count. Okay.
Permits and enforcement maybe in the 60% of properties. I think that's saying the same thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah.
I think frequent assessments would go up with increased staff because that's, yeah, that would go up
The
there.
same thing too.
Okay. You guys hold pros.
The household exemption goes over there with reassess the limits on exemptions. That's all about programs to make sure the elderly and the disabled, that's what that's all about.
Support lobby and Airbnb could be together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're gonna increase revenue. Social media is involved.
Or the social media, would that go also with the higher liaison?
Sure.
Mhm.
I mean,
I
because
think
I
so.
would imagine that that person would be employed in the appraisal and assessment
As
part.
long as that liaison is on Twitter.
Yeah. To help Brenda out.
We're gonna get you on Twitter.
I
Twitter is a bomb.
don't,
You know,
I don't
you need to tweet.
I don't tweet.
You don't even have to.
Oh, God.
I mean, seriously, I see
No.
every day.
And after we were buying it, we wants to buy it outright.
That is good.
Yeah.
Who won tic-tac-toe there? Running. Who won tic-tac-toe?
All right, what do you guys think? We're gonna try and label this. What would we want to call this, right? So if you think of like these category names you came up with, what would you guys think? What do you think would be appropriate?
Yeah, what would be the
Describe it.
recommendation statement? Like if we were to write the recommendation that captures the essence of these ideas, what would your recommendation statement be?
I really feel like the red one, the STR should be down here. It shouldn't be where you've got Airbnb, because you've got, I don't know, because I feel like that should maybe be something about programs, right? And so I think short-term rental is not a program. I think it needs to be down here where the lobby and the treat Airbnbs. So
So the middle one
yeah,
there
the
down.
red one needs to be moved, in my opinion, but I'm just, like, and that could be programs or reevaluation of programs or new programs or something like that.
Yeah, it's a revenue, it's not an assistance.
That's right.
And Debbie, just get the title system.
You want a statement or a word?
A recommendation.
Yeah, if we're gonna try and encapsulate that, right, in terms of like describing that. So let's build upon the assistance thing.
Homeowner assistant.
Assistant programs, and we can expand upon that, the elderly, disabled.
Reinvest, increase and
Reevaluate.
increase and expand.
Increase and expand. Reevaluate the assistant programs and extensions.
Reevaluation. Increase and expand. A reevaluation system.
Nobody likes that reevaluation word, do they? I'm sorry.
Once you get on Twitter, we won't say.
I'm gonna look you up. I don't have an account.
Increase and expand.
Homeowner
Homeowner
assistance.
assistance.
That means I've been on it 9 years.
Wow. Oh my God.
Almost 10.
Oh my gosh.
How about this one?
I mean, everything that I read there is strengthening the appraisal department. Strengthening the assessment appraisal department, because everything there relates back to strengthening the appraisal department in Buncombe County. Hire a liaison to provide education, more frequent assessments, social media outreach, or outreach in general, and then increase staff.
So that's better efficiency, increase efficiency.
I think we need to have bullets if we're gonna just talk about staffing, because it's specific.
Right.
With the education and then the more frequent appraisals, right? So strengthening the service, we can frame it in a capacity.
It's about like resources. So maybe increase assessment resources.
To include at least increased education, outreach, and more frequent appraisals.
Is that on that little piece of paper?
And then I also think, yeah. So, Keith, the one with the two little, the develop process to correct 60% and the permits and enforcement, is that something your office would do, or is that something that somebody else would do?
Not permits enforcement.
The process to correct the 60% of properties with incorrect attributes.
That can be a recommendation through our office.
So that would be a staffing issue. I mean, not a staffing issue, but a increased capacity to do. So that would be 3 bullet points, right?
So you could have one for just education, right? The
Yeah.
liaison, the social media, and then you could pull the develop the process, pull the more frequent assessments, and pull the hard metrics and put that one under strengthening the tax assessment assessor's office. Something like that.
Right. Sounds a little corny. I'm sorry.
So we have education.
So are we saying this one, we could be standalone?
No, that one and the social media, and those would be more like your education. you know,
Outreach and education.
Outreach and
Okay.
education.
All right.
And then the 2 that's left would be increase the capacity of the
Just more about the
property
department.
tax.
And then develop a process to correct the 60%, that also goes through, that's the.
What
top
about
one.
permits and enforcement?
Under assessment.
That would fall underneath the tax assessor's office strengthening.
Right.
And that's a good one, strengthen office.
Strengthen support.
Increase capacity. Oh, everybody hollering something.
Strengthen.
Sorry.
So I don't like the word strengthen because it might be construed as a negative.
A negative, because that's why I said increase capacity.
It's not currently weak.
It's not currently weak.
Capacity, yeah.
That wasn't
Or increase capacity.
That's good.
See, you thought it was just me.
I think increased capacity. Right?
That would be.
Increase capacity in assessment department. We go with that?
I know. And I would like to see that at least there's 2 specific action items underneath there. One, more frequent assessments, and one, develop a process to correct this attributes. So as long as those bubble up into that,
We'll keep those as bullet points.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so how about right here, this one?
We need to put one on this one.
Yeah.
Burnett. Okay.
Outreach and education.
The one with the
Yeah.
Airbnbs, the support, the lobbying, that permit enforcement could go under there, right? Y'all feel comfortable with that?
What is it?
For the permit, because that's not key, would that go under the Airbnb support lobbying and then do SDR revenue? Did that go under permit? Because all this is regulatory type stuff, correct?
Well, I think this stuff is gonna be, something different than because that's all about increasing revenue through taxing short-term rentals.
Additional revenue streams or
Right.
something like that.
Well, ain't permit enforcement gonna do the same when you find out that the people over there doing stuff they ain't supposed to?
Not for an Airbnb, not necessarily. Permanent
How you know?
enforcement,
How you know?
permanent enforcement, and I thought were for people who had upgrades and then we don't know
Well,
about.
where does it go
Didn't
though?
pull
I
the
guess?
Indoor permit, right.
Yeah, I'm not really thinking, do permits and enforcement provide a lot of revenue stream, or is it just basically paying for staff? So,
No, you just find out more about.
yeah,
what people-
Yeah.
Is there a different way that we can enforce that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not there, no man. But anyway.
And we can keep that.
Social media, Facebook. liaison.
So education and outreach for that.
So do I say like
Community engagement and education outlet. I need to keep that.
Doing some major writing if we're running out of.
it was on the back side of the shirt, yes.
All right,
One more.
we got one left here, y'all.
the permanent one? If they just,
Well, that's
Still
standalone.
standalone.
that's what I'm saying. You said one more.
One more
Standalone
tab.
This
is,
one.
Okay.
Somebody say increased revenue sources.
Development of new revenue stream.
Development
County.
of revenue streams.
There you go. That development of new revenue streams.
Yes, W's may increase. They're gonna be like, what?
Well,
I'll see
we
that.
can, we can scratch the increase on the homeowner assistance. and expand homeowner assistance program.
Yeah, he's not real.
Right.
Maybe under permits and enforcement, it could be something like, additional, trying to think of a word, like, accountability, you know, like to support.
Policing.
Yeah, I don't know, for police, or something like that. I mean, there could be potentially other bullets underneath that.
Maybe
Yeah.
enhance accountability.
Enhance compliance.
Compliance, I like that
Measure.
word.
I can be very good.
Amen.
I know, right?
All right, tweet that.
I know, right?
Tweet it out.
There's your new Twitter name.
We are at time and overtime, so we will write this up and get this organized for you all and send it back out. And come back together on the 1st and just review this with fresh eyes.
The first,
And June 1st.
I won't be. I'll tweet. I'll send an in-kind feedback.
Okay. So
It'll be out.
it's at 5 o'clock, is it?
Well, we need to
Yeah,
have
same,
Session?
usual location downstairs, same time, same channel.
Okay.
How many more sessions are we thinking? Yeah, I mean, just based on what we have developed so far.
Hopefully, on the 1st, we'll get to a point where we're pretty close to the finish line. So that's, I think, let's all potentially target that as maybe being our last session to go.
Like where your head's
And,
at.
you know, so in terms of next steps to be thinking about, obviously, the key deliverable to the commissioners are a series of recommendations. And based on what we have here, we're well on our way to arriving at those recommendations. So some of the things we're talking about, in addition to kind of finalizing this parts and pieces, you know, development of potentially a PowerPoint presentation, who is going to deliver that presentation to the commissioners. So some of the more tactical things around how we go about sharing the work that you all have done with the commissioners.
I volunteered Miss Brendan to do the PowerPoint
No.
presentation.
She's on vacation.
I'm gonna make sure I'm on vacation. No, it's been good work.
Thank you guys. I
Yeah,
know
thank you all.
4 hours is a long time to be in a conference room.
Yes, it is.
So appreciate you guys hanging in there with us.
It's been like 4 hours.
Have fun, right?
Really? You just
Yeah.
Very good.